safely away.
No, Richard, no. What has happened to you last night?
Last night we said a great many things. You said I was to do the thinking for both of us. Well, I've done a lot of it since then. It all adds up to one thing. You're getting on that plane with Victor where you belong.
But Richard, no.
Now, you've got to listen to me. You have any idea what you'd have to look forward to if you stayed here? 9 chances out of 10, we'd both wind up at a concentration camp. Isn't that true, Louis?
I'm afraid, Major Strauss, I would insist.
You're saying this only to make me go.
I'm saying it because it's true. Inside of us, we both know you belong with Victor. You're part of his work, the thing that keeps him going. If that plane leaves the ground and you're not with him, you'll regret it. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon for the rest of your life.
But what about us?
We'll always have Paris. We didn't have. We lost it until you came to Casablanca.
You will regret it for the rest of your life. Maybe not today, but soon. How does it go? That's not how it went. Let's hear it again.
Along with Victor, you're part of his work, the thing that keeps him going. If that plane leaves the ground and you're not with him, you'll regret it. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon for the rest of your life.
But what about us?
If you don't buy Railtown, it's not financial advice. You'll regret it. Maybe not today. Maybe not tomorrow, but soon and for the rest of your life. Oh, Rick. Oh, Rick. All right, let's see. Did I do it again? Yes, I did it again. I didn't sign in before I signed in here. It didn't work. Damn it. Get the prices. All right, what's the scores around the league doing? Railtown is down half a penny at 58.49, and if you're not buying, you're going to regret it. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon, and for the rest of your life. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. All right, I forgot to tell you where we stand. It's very hot here. Very hot here. Very hot here. Got to tell you where we stand. I know, on the ground. That's hilarious. We stand on the ground. All right, let me tell you where we are. It's not too bad. We didn't increase very much, but it's up. Any move upward is progress. And deserves to be celebrated because you guys are the best. You are the best. You are the best. Okay, where are we in Railtown? At 11:58, we are 9 million. It seems dark in here, doesn't it? We are 9,066,223 shares. We have 6.4% of the implied outstanding using Yahoo Finance's numbers. And we're inching closer to 200 participants, 176. This is really, you really should congratulate yourself. For the first time in a long time, we are expressing strength, and I think we're going to be well rewarded for it. Yesterday, I noticed Michael Haight added to his position. You know, he more than doubled his position. I think he has to be yesterday's hero, Michael Haight. But Clay Schoolfield added, flying bus driver added, Dolphin Atwater, that's a motel in Virginia Beach. Dolphin 3434 added, Julie Kim added, Northeast Iowa, Steve, of course. Steve's not gonna, he's gonna be the GOAT. He's gonna be the GOAT of our community in terms of this holdings. Doug Peterson, Donna added twice. YouTube user Jim added. Marty added. I think that was it for yesterday. But I congratulate Michael Haight. He doubled his position. He doubled it. All right. Before we start, I want to see if I can go over a couple of things. Of course, I got to delete some things too. Oh, I forgot to do a chart. I should have done a chart. Why didn't I do a chart? Because I'm dumb. I'm about as dumb as they come. It's all right. I don't have to. We can look at it together. We can talk about it. All right, let me see. Here's what I want to talk about. Oh, I know I also have to do this. All right. Maybe not. I might not be able to show you everything in one fell swoop. All right, let's see what happens with those addings. It's nothing. It's not any new information. But I noticed yesterday that Tony now, and I didn't copy that one. I don't have a picture of that one to show you. But Tony on Twitter, Tony Diero, has recently said, and I'll just read it to you if I can find it. And I'm not finding it. Of course not, because I guess there's so many other. But Tony came out and said he's been spending the last 2 months doing his due diligence. I don't believe it. I call offsides on that. The only time he started coming on here is when the shorts started getting in trouble. And when, I don't know if he's got a hard on for me, he might. And to the extent that I've provided a platform for others to speak, whereby, some pretty high numbers keep getting stated. Not mine. I haven't. Maybe he has some justification. I don't know. But all I know is he hasn't been doing due diligence for 2 months, in my judgment. And also, if he's finally done some, why was he recommending that you not get in, that you be scared, and that essentially that you sell and you not believe what this YouTuber was saying? That cost you money. I think it's outlandish that he came out with opinions before he even talked to anybody about the company. Now all of a sudden the daylight goes off. This should be on your radar, he says. Well, let's just go over, it is hot in here. Let's just go over some of the things he said. Using the Black-Scholes math, it's a model, it's not math, and yesterday's closing price of Railtown, let's break down the unit finance math. A half warrant calculates out to the value of $0.1312. The implied shares value in the unit is 50 cents. Minus the 1312, it's 36.88, which matches the market price exactly. This suggests that private placement pricing aligns with the market price, with the additional unit price attributed to the warrant's time value. Wow, man, you're just so smart. Look, that offering, basically, Canadian, I don't know, he's mixing up Canadian and American, but Canadian, they priced it at market, and the warrant was free. It's not hard. You don't have to go all analytical and anal retentive about it. It's a pretty simple deal. Nothing scary. It's less than 1.2% by my memory of all outstanding shares. And they brought in money. And then Tony puts out, referring to me, to the surprise of actually no one paying attention to the financial statements. I've shown you the financial statements, and they haven't been updated since February. But to the surprise of actually no one paying attention to the financial statements, penny stock being promoted by some social media accounts. Railtown announces a dilutive. Oh, really? This is dishonest. He's not looking out for you. And now a mea culpa 3 or 4 weeks later doesn't cut it. Many of you sold stock because of his fear, uncertainty, and doubt, and many of you didn't buy because of his incompetency. He probably should stick to reviewing the latest movie out of Hollywood. He doesn't know what he's doing. Well, I'm just trying to protect people that were hurt. I can't have any more of my friends. Do you really have friends? Anyway, announced a dilutive private placement. It's not. How does he know that? He doesn't talk to the company, and he makes these pronouncements. Yes, they issued more stock. What the hell are you going to do if you're bringing in money? But they only brought in 600 grand Canadian, and it was a strategic placement. We don't know the nature of that strategic alliance. I'm sure we'll find out. But instead of giving away shares to promoters, they made a strategic agreement, and whoever was bought the shares with warrants that do not have very much duration. And then he says, tucked into the very last line of the PR press release about a different topic was a dilutive private placement strategic partnership. I'm not sure it was tucked in the last sentence, but I don't feel like looking it up. You can look it up. But the fact is, it was in the headline. So if people don't recognize this guy works with the shorts, I think they're deluding themselves. Doesn't matter how nice he is. Doesn't matter that he is a good liar. Oh, I'm worried about people being hurt. Is he really? Where does he come up with his own ideas? Why does he always come in and attack others' ideas? And why did he take the upside away from those of you who listened to this idiocy? Is he going to write you a check? Is he going to pay you back? He didn't do any due diligence, and he makes pronouncements. And now, apparently, he's done a little due diligence. So he thinks, I'm still confused how they're going to get the acquisition done. Because he's an idiot. He's a theater guy. He's not a Wall Street guy. He's trying to dive in to something he doesn't understand. Bless his heart. Maybe he means well, but he should stay where his core competency is. Reviewing movies and plays. I don't know how to do that. But he doesn't know how to do due diligence. He works for the shorts. All of this is in my opinion, of course. Then he points out Railtown has a going concern warning. No shit, Shylock. No shite, Sherlock. They all do. In their recent quarterly filing, which I've shared with you. I've shared that with you. So it's to the surprise of no one actually paying attention that they had a going concern warning. I'm Tony Diero, and I'm the responsible party in the Twitter spaces. Rely on me to give you bad advice that keeps you broke. And whilst I collect checks from AMC, GME, and other related parties, I'll continue to pontificate as if I'm your friend. Then he states something. What he has access to the banker, the criminals? How does he know this? Further dilution should be expected in the future. Really? How does he know that? What? Issuing a few more shares in return for value? That's not dilution. That's just looking at half the equation. If you issue shares and you get back something that you consider valuable, you're only issuing those shares because that's not dilutive on a per share basis. His experience when he's working with his criminal friends is they can always issue more and more and more and more and more phantom shares, driving the price down so that when the companies go to the so-called investment banks, there's a shite load of stock issued, and then it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. And he looks smart, I guess. He's just foretelling what his friends do every single time. But it's not going to work here. It's not going to work here. So he doesn't know what he's talking about. Further dilution should be expected. He has no idea. Maybe the further small raises of capital, which are accretive to per share revenues and growth, that might be true. But the way he presents it, it's entirely because he works with the shorts. Or he's a dingbat. as the company has insufficient income to cover expenses. Really? Really? Better way to say that is in February, the company put out financial reports that said as of December, I forget the number right now. I have them here. We can go through it. I've shown them to you before, but they lost something like 3 or 4 cents a share. Of course, it's accounting, so I don't know how much of it's cash or non-cash, but this is the status of a startup. This is the status of an R&D company. This is the status of a company creating products just and establishing market presence, just like an Amazon, probably like Ford Motors at the beginning. They all do this. This is intentionally misleading you. He did it on purpose. But what he doesn't know, unless he's talking to the company, and frankly, I don't know, he has no bloody idea if the company had revenue in January, in February, in March, in April, in May, in June, and thus far in July. He has no idea how big that revenue is. He has no idea what the margin is on that revenue. He has no idea whether or not they can cover expenses. And by the way, I would love it if they're doubling or tripling their employees and expanding, leasing out their whole skyscraper. I would love it because that implies growth. But he doesn't know any of those numbers. So he states as a fact something that's not knowable, therefore it's a lie, in my judgment. Details: Railtown would like to announce a strategic investment via private placement of 1.2 million units. 1 common share and half a warrant. So you're talking 1.8 million total. There's 141 million shares out. That is not dilution, my friends. That is not dilution. That time frame that this pompous, pontificating, prancing ARSE came out, that time frame, the stock was around 30, was basic. I thought it was lower. So that might have come out earlier. But when it's on when I took a picture of it, so that this is probably an older post. But when I took a picture of it, it was 40 cents a share. Is he going to pay you back for that terrible advice? Oh, I don't want my clients losing anymore from promoters. Well, your clients just lost 50% upside. They lost the opportunity cost if you really have clients. I don't notice that you recommend anything else. I notice you come in and just take. But, well, I wanted to get myself comfortable with it. And, I've been doing due diligence for 2 months, but baloney. Here, by the way, is Rebecca. This is older. This is back in February. Railtown AI announces the memorandum of understanding to acquire AIP partnerships or AI partnerships. This includes John Ruffalo and the Ontario Municipal Employee Retirement System, who are the financial architects of Constellation. I would say it differently. I think they put up the first 25 million. I'm not sure Constellation ever raised anything more than that. They put up the majority of that first 25 million. And Constellation now trades at 4,900 a share Canadian. It's pretty powerful. Pretty powerful. I delete that one to get some room. Then he comes on with a video while I'm live. And he's just doing it to look out for, he's just making stuff up. And he calls that due diligence. He makes crap up and he calls it due diligence. I've tried to show you every step of the way and entered into evidence everything that's in my head. I know it gets boring, but I've done it over and over again, from research to news stories to other sources. I've used only public information. I've expressed the risks, but I've also expressed the upside. He's keeping you from the upside because he works for the shorts. With this video, Tony, this is from Frankie, Tony the Macroon has proved that he has zero clue about investing in Railtown, but it doesn't stop him from talking. Doesn't stop him from talking. Absolutely zero clue. He writes, this is 721. This is after that other post. So I have a feeling that Railtown was actually trading where my memory is at 28 cents when he came out with that first negative. Is he going to give you back that cost? Hell no. Because only he is righteous. Only he is righteous. Baloney. He works for the shorts. Railtown. Will the Railtown AIP acquisition ever close? What the hell is he talking about? Does he even know what he's talking about? The AI acquisition is gigantic to the story compared to where the story was 9 months ago, 8 months ago. The AIP acquisition is a network. So he's always worried about where does the money come from. The network's not that expensive. It's the companies within the network, 165 of them, where you're going to start coming into negotiations to roll those up. But I assume in that, I have no idea, but I assume with this acquisition that the reason all this paperwork is taking so long is that in order to acquire AIP, Railtown wants to make sure they have the first right of refusal to acquire all those companies underneath. That's a lot. That is a lot. Of course, this guy's never been through it. All he's done is pranced around on stage and he gives a review. That's complicated. I watched my brother put on a full production down in Texas. Took a long time. It was very successful. And then the air conditioning went out. But I watched him. It's very complicated what Tony does, getting involved with artists and all that. That's complicated. But that doesn't translate to making, giving due diligence advice. Made up out of whole cloth. It costs money to people that listen to him. My opinion, the stock's doubled. I think it was 28 cents when he first came out negative. Is he going to give you back your 100% loss? Hell no. Hell no. He's the righteous. He works for the shorts. He works for the shorts. So why would the AIP, it was announced February 11th, why would it be taking a long time? Well, 30 to 60 days is the regulatory process. So the long time, will it ever close? You've got to knock 60 days off of our experience just for sort of normal time frame for regulatory approval. Sometimes less, but that's sort of it, 60 days. Then you've got a company acquiring a partnership. They have to negotiate that. And as we saw yesterday, it's pretty clear they're moving forward. But a responsible company, before they rush up and close it to satisfy Tony half a hollowed out pea-sized brain. They have to do a lot of work with some number of those underlying 165 companies. Pick a number. I would guess it's all of them. I would guess it's every single one of those companies. They at least have to get a sign off on. But I don't know. I'm not involved. I'm not an attorney. But let's say it's just 30 companies. Well, then you've got attorneys for Railtown. You may have attorneys for Railtown main investors. You have attorneys for AI partners. You may have attorneys for AI partners foundational investors, including possibly OMERS. You almost certainly have investment bankers at Canaccord Genuity, and they have attorneys. You've got the regulatory bodies who probably are in-house attorneys, but they might have outside attorneys. And then you've got 165 companies, but let's just focus on 30. They probably all have attorneys. There's signatures, there's board approvals, there's people on vacation, there's people traveling, there's people going to shows so that Tony can review them, people watching movies instead of working. It's a human experience. So if we pick 30 companies, that's probably 60 attorneys and a bunch of board members. Let's just pick a number. 100 to 150 signatures, brains, thought power, process. Let me review the document. Let's take a vote. Let's get back to you. Let's say it's 150. Principals, signatures, and attorneys. 150 from those 30 companies. And then let's go to AIP partners. I'd say 2 law firms. Maybe the investors, the main investors that came in have their attorneys. Maybe OMERS is in there. Let's say that's 5 law firms total times 3, 15. And of course, there's a bunch of signatures, but I wouldn't expect them to be slow or you know, they're the prime movers. But let's say that's 25 more eyeballs and desks and emails, and phone calls. So that's 175 people. Then we go to the regulators. I would guess the regulators could be anywhere from 5 to 20 people involved. But let's call it 5. And they probably have a law firm. Let's say that's another, let's just say it's another 5. With the regulatory people and lawyers, let's say it's 10 more people. We're up to 185 human beings having to process information, review information, sign off on information, decide if they're okay with it, go find the person that needs to sign it, go find the documents that were buried in a storage case, go find proof of citizenship, find endless thing, 185 people. Now let's go to Railtown. I would guess all the principals involved will act quickly, so let's ignore that. But I would say that it's probably at least 2 or 3 law firms. They have to, let's call it 2, staff maybe 5 each. Let's say there's 10 attorneys all in, different levels, working with Railtown. And then you've got the big investors in Railtown that have been there for the start. Let's just assume there's 5 of those, and they each have attorneys. So that's another 10 people that have to review everything, study it, analyze it, get back from vacation, hurry to their son's softball game, come back for the party, don't have time tonight, let me get to it Sunday night. Human beings. So I'm at 195. Let's just round it up to 200 human beings have had, and that's probably low, by the way. I left out I left out 135 of the companies. 200 human beings have had to be spoken with, informed, involved, included. Input has to go back and forth. And it's taken 6 months, 5-6 months. I guess Tony has never had to work with an attorney. Or a group of attorneys. I think 5 to 6 months is entirely reasonable. It's frustrating, sure. But they want to build this company on a strong foundation. Should they race to get it done so tone feels good? I think that would be reckless. These guys are not reckless. And men in their position cannot be made to be reckless. Deeper DD. Yeah, right. You don't do any DD. You make things up. You actually make things up. I've shown, I mean, it's a cursory thing you do. When you look at a stock, you look at the financials. I've shown them here. I mean, it's the most basic. That's so-called, you're going beyond the call of duty to look at the most recent filings. It's the most basic thing anybody does. Don't pat yourself on the back, Tony. Don't pat yourself on the back and tell us you're looking out for investors. You're looking out for the shorts. Railtown plans to acquire AIP, but how? I'm not a banker. I'm just a theater critic. I can't figure out how they would do it. Could you solve the puzzle? Can I sow fear, uncertainty, and doubt? Let me tell you one thing. AIP Partners is not in and of itself an overly expensive acquisition. The people, the knowledge, the expertise, they're investors, and then the 165 companies that are going to be rolled up, that's where the value is. But to bring in AIP Partners, it's not going to require any cash other than legal fees, in my judgment. No cash. Why would these men and women found an AI company to sell it for cash, for pennies? When in AIP's case, I bet it's been 1 or 2 years. I don't know the number. In Railtown's case, it's been 6 years. And they're going to sell out for pennies? Tony doesn't know what he's talking about, and he should keep his recommendation shut because he just doesn't know anything about the market. But he's here to make you feel comfortable with him, make you think he's reasonable, and get you, number one, avoid buying. So you could have doubled your money by ignoring him. Secondly, when it goes up, feel relief when you sell out. And thirdly, he's trying to get you to sell now. The only shares that his paymasters, everyone thinks I'm a short. I'm not a short. Oh, baloney. If you walk like a duck, squawk like a duck, crap like a duck, piss like a duck, you are a duck. The only way they can get any shares shaken is to take your shares. And that's what he's here to do. And he's paid well for it, in my judgment. Will the Railtown AIP acquisition ever close? Deeper DD on how it gets done, plus some chat about how stock promoters manipulate retail traders to avoid the due diligence discussion. I don't know who he's talking about. It's not me. I've done due diligence right in front of you. Right in front of you. Ad infinitum. Good and bad. I've talked about the risks. I've talked about the reward. And I've talked about timing. We have no clue. But here's the guy who's trying to obfuscate and turn your attention elsewhere. He's the one manipulating. And he should be ashamed of himself. Many of you who listened to him, you lost the chance to double your money in 3 weeks. He should be ashamed of himself. But he doesn't care. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. All right, this is, I've shown you this, but we can, these are the news stories out of Railtown that Tony could have done due diligence on. I've read every single one of them to you, unless it's, not relevant. I've read them to you over and over again. I've gone over the import. But in the yellow, basically, the yellow lines highlight Railtown's products or services. The bottom one, I can't read the date, I'm sorry, but over the last 6 months or so, they've kept you informed. They're not promoting. Tony could have gone through this due diligence. That's not his goal. His goal is to make your ownership squishy, to turn you into hot money. And I guess he wants to see how Share is doing. Railtown announces development of new product to expedite the SRED audit process for software development. That's a great announcement. But in this cone of silence, in this period of restricted stock, they can't elaborate on it. So Tony takes the chance to befuddle you, and I think lie to you. The next yellow one up, AI Technologies launches powerful Visual Studio extension to supercharge developer productivity with AI. There's due diligence that was right in front of Tony's mustache. He got lost in the newest J-Lo controversy. The next yellow one up, AI Technologies announces commercialization of groundbreaking developer frameworks, lane tracks, and rail tracks. There's some due diligence. I don't see him talking about any of that. He doesn't extrapolate. He doesn't know what AI and AI 2.0 is. And I don't claim to, I'm no expert. But if you're doing due diligence, there's plenty of data out there. There's plenty of articles. There's talks. You can get up to date. But he just talks the same old worn out playbook of the short sellers so that you are full of fear, uncertainty, and doubt. He is a fraud. All right, the top line in yellow. Railtown AI announces a new feature release called Auto Triage as part of the company's best in class. A CEO can't say that if they're long. Tony can make shit up and he's not going to be prosecuted. Particularly if he puts on a mustache and I'm just trying to help people. He costs you a double of your money. And I'm the good guy here. Railtown AI announces a new feature Auto triage is part of the company's best in class. The CEO has to back that up. He has to back that up. But he can't really talk about it now because of the quiet period, which is giving you a chance to buy. And thank God for Tony. He's giving you a chance to buy. It's just too bad you listened to him when it was 28 cents. So it's the company's best in class conductor development platform. Best in class conductor development platform. It's sitting right out in front of you, but he wants to move your eye off the ball and focus on his mustache. Here's another gathering. Well, let me finish that one. In the green, are the launches of their marketing campaigns over the last 6 months. In the green, Railtown launches large-scale customer acquisition campaign in preparation of the SOC compliance. He doesn't even know what that is. I barely do, I'll admit that. But it's critical. It is critical in expanding your sales. Does he talk about it in his due diligence? Does he talk about what a milestone that is? No, because he doesn't know what the F he's doing. And I think he's intentionally lying to you because he works for the shorts. What he's trying to do in now maybe reaching out to people that know the story, he's trying to make sure there isn't something here that's going to hurt his true clients who are the shorts. Not you. He doesn't care about you. And then Railtown accepted these are all about the partnerships. Railtown AI accepted into the green AMD Partnership Network to accelerate AI-driven innovation. The other green, Railtown AI Partnerships joins the AI Partnerships Corporate Network. The unhighlighted news stories are all about their conferences and their marketing. Railtown to present at the 2024 Think Equity Conference. Railtown AI Technology participates in the Developer Productivity Engineering Summit. Railtown AI achieves, I should have put that in green, but look at that. Railtown AI achieves SOC 2 Type 2 compliance certification. Does Tony give you that in his due diligence? He doesn't even understand the significance of it. That drives sales. That is top of the top licensing. The other one unhighlighted, Railtown AI to present at the AI NBC, I can't quite read that, demo night. Then Railtown Technologies to present at the 2025 Elevate AI Summit. Then Railtown AI Technologies to present Langward's Agentic Framework at the Upper Bound Conference. These are pretty impressive commitments to going out and telling the story as they seek to achieve rapid commercialization and broad acceptance of their product. Does Tony talk to you about that? You don't have to answer. I already know the answer. And then in the lavender there, Railtown AI Technologies announces Memorandum of Understanding to acquire AI Partnerships Corp. This is simultaneously the best news you could ever see. This is 165 AI companies linking together, sharing their databases, their technologies, and their client bases in an effort to jumpstart Canada's lead in AI, particularly in the fact that they have water and energy, they can really build data centers. And so it's simultaneously a gigantic, great news story. Railtown AI Technologies announces memorandum of understanding to acquire AI Partnerships Corp. But it's also, ironically, giving guys like Tony time to scare the crap out of you. Because to do that acquisition properly, they have 165 companies that they'd like, God willing, over time, to roll up. So the documents, that the foundation of this acquisition is very important. And Tony's pea brain doesn't enter into it. Just because he doesn't understand it, just because he's done zero due diligence, doesn't mean other people haven't. Anyway, here's those same news stories, a little bit more easily read. And it includes, this printout includes the most recent news story, or it's not the most recent, but there's two news stories there that I didn't read to you in the last one. I couldn't read them. At the very top, Railtown AI Technologies announces strategic partnership with Quantum.IQ, and of course the private placement. It's right in the headline. It's not tucked away. You know, if you're going to be better than everyone else, Tony, why don't you be better than everyone else? Railtown AI Technologies announces strategic partnership with ESG AI Technologies. That is a group that's, I guess, automating the ESG process for all worldwide. One of their big customers is the London Stock Exchange. And then down with the other big blur of yellow, Railtown AI Technologies launches powerful Visual Studio extension to supercharge developer productivity with AI. That's enormous. Apparently that extension allows all the tools that developers use that are the most popular to flow through to Conductor. Does he talk about that with you? No. No, he doesn't. All right. The one I can't find is yesterday, Tony put out that he thinks it should be on your radar screen. Well, thanks, pal. The stock's doubled, and you're putting it on your radar screen. Thanks a lot. With friends like you, who needs enemies? Anyway, on the other hand, he has a good point, along with some of the others out there. At 58 cents, Railtown is on sale. The volume is 221,000 shares. I don't know how many more days. I was wrong yesterday, wasn't I? At the end of the day, I said, you may not have another day to buy it at 60 cents. And I was wrong. You've had all day today to buy it under 60 cents. But one of these days, like a broken clock, I'll be right. You know, my philosophy, like color TV, is all there in black and white. So we got 12,500 bid for at 57.5. The ask is 58.47. And then they're giving you 3 different views, 4 different views of the price. They want you to think there's a bunch for sale. These are the guys Tony works with. They want you to get out. I cannot forgive that guy. I just cannot forgive that guy. It has a cost. He's trying to come across as holier than thou, and he didn't do any due diligence. None. And now he's going to pretend he's doing due diligence. All right, that's it. I don't want to talk about him anymore. Hey, Donna, I think you were the first, although I can't tell that, but good morning. I think I lost a bunch. If some of you posted before Donna, particularly if you posted shares, I can't see them. So if you posted shares before Donna, you have to repost. If you had a question, I can't see it before Donna. So again, you have to repost. I don't know what happens, but when I go over to the media tab, I lose comments. So sorry about that. Hey, Danny. Go Hawks added 1,000. Bravo. I'll write that down. Good for you. You know, you're going to be so pleased with that, Go Hawks. Taking advantage, even if it's a little bit of a sacrifice, while these guys, idiotically, in my judgment, continue to sell. Steve's at, wow, El Stevo. All right, party at Steve's. Or we'll do one of those rotating parties. We'll start at Bill Miko's and then we'll go to Steve's. That's amazing, Steve. Good for you. And you're going to find out, Steve, what I'm talking about. They're just giving it to you right now because they think they don't know the value. They think it's like every other stock and they're just selling it essentially for free. But when finally whatever lawyer gets off of his spotted behind and shows up to the office to give the final okay on whatever's holding up the whole schmeal, they'll announce it. It's obviously not going to be today. I wouldn't guess it's going to be tomorrow. So probably next week. But we don't know. But when they finally announce it, not only are you going to know the value, but if the shorts, I think they're probably as dunderhead. They're as dunderhead as Tony. I mean, these are men that have gotten through life without much critical thinking or much consequence for their wrongdoings. So they're going to find out what it's worth. It's going to be an exciting period of time. Steve, I can't tell you when. Like I say, I thought it was urgent over a month ago. I might be still saying the same thing a month from now. I don't think so. Not with Rebecca Kurzweil's post yesterday. I don't know if she speaks for the company. She's an IR person. So you would presume that she does. But I mean, she could have. I just don't know. It could be because somebody called in and she thought she should put. I have no idea. But the fact that she put out her 2-item post yesterday, 2, what do you call those pages on Twitter? I think it shows that we're getting very near the end. but it's not evident yet. So it could be next week, could be the following week. I hope it doesn't go longer than that, because then you've got vacation time, and it could be September. But it's interesting. I talked with somebody, spoke with somebody who has at least a working knowledge of the energy over at Railtown, of the people's. I didn't get any names or anything, but just the positivity of everybody working on this. And I was told that nobody's taking vacation. In fact, it's all hands on deck 24/7 until the end of the year. So that's the kind of team you want to be associated with. I mean, even Tony's got to take a break to watch Barbra Streisand's new movie. Hey, Gary Maddle. Hey, Northeast Iowa is coming in strongly. Bought another 350 shares. Great. Take advantage. Take advantage of the sale prices. Take advantage of the sale prices. Did I tell you what we had? I can't remember. Did I tell you? We have 9,066,223 shares. That's impressive. You guys are impressive. I'm in awe of you guys. That is better than a hedge fund. And we could have the power of a hedge fund. 6.4% ownership. It's a lot of people too. 176 shareholders, a lot of people. Good job, Northeast Iowa. Hulk Hogan died? Was it from the, Wow. I never watched those kind of things, but I am kind of jealous of his physique in his 70s or 60s. I don't know where he is. I'm sorry to hear that, Eddie Eagle. Red Pepper Ronnie. So that's two, right? That's Hulk Hogan and Ozzy Osbourne. We got to look out for the third. Hi, Red Pepper Ronnie. Good to see you here. Justin Babish. How does RLAIF close at 59 and then open at 62.2? Oh, Justin, the manipulation is incredible. And it's all computerized. And there's no way to win. You're never going to get an investigation into anything. Ann Wagner, who oversees all this and is basically just a perfunctory for Goldman Sachs lobbyists, she doesn't want an audited trail of trades. It's possible. She doesn't want it because it'll affect your privacy. Hell no. She doesn't want the criminality coming to light because that's how her daughters go to the best schools. Hey, William Wallace. That's an awesome amount, William. 8,000 can change your life. It can change your financial picture. 8,000 is a good number. Hold. Hold. Yeah, I'm sorry to see that. I can't pronounce your name live. It's an unfortunate name, I think. Maybe I can say Alpha to Omega. I can say A to Z, I guess. But your name looks unfortunately like something else. Yeah, I'm sorry that he died. Yesterday, it was either 20 or 24 children died in Gaza Strip. Who cares? They're just smelly Palestinians. Children. I mean, they'll grow up to be terrorists. We have a right to protect ourselves from future crimes that may or may not happen 20 years from now. It's insanity. It's absolute insanity. And, you know, there was a hearing on the electric grid, I think yesterday, and it's going to be so expensive. But we got to prioritize where we send our money. The number one priority has to send trillions of dollars, 8 trillion and counting. Some people say it's double or triple that, $8 trillion and counting, to look out for our good friend Israel. Oh my God, what a friend. What a friend Israel is. What a friend. All right, let's move on. Short and distort, he gets great. Yeah, that's my opinion. Ryan Sartell. Tony said his opinion, but keeps hanging around. I'm suspicious of him. Yeah, I am too. But, you know, more than that, Ryan, I want to get out of here with you guys, you know, bring you up to another level. And hopefully the only thing we read from Tony Diero is his theater reviews, you know, in the future. They said the same thing about PLTR. Yeah, you got me there. I don't know what happened with that stock. I don't follow them all, and I don't try to hop around. And you can't be, Danielle, you cannot be, you're never going to be an expert, but you cannot be reasonably comfortable with the story of more than, I think, unless you've been doing it for a long time, you probably can't follow more than a dozen companies, maybe 20. But you can't do that much more. And every time you hear a story and someone says, oh, you got to buy this, if you're buying, it's because you're trusting her information flow, but you're just gambling. And it can work. It can work. I'd say it happens all the time on Wall Street. What are you hearing? What are you buying? Well, why don't you buy a little of this? But the difference is the people doing that already have a big account, so they're just buying with a little bit of money. Let's get to that point. Railtown, Daniel, will get you to the point where you have an account, in my judgment, where you have an account that sets you apart from, I don't know what number, 90, 95% of the people you know. And then you can trade with a little bit if it's something that you have the bug for. But you'll never have to put your whole financial future and your whole financial life at risk on a story stock that is requiring, well, I'm hearing this out of A.G. Edwards, and there's a group that owns the entire, and we're doing this and that, and then this is going to cause a squeeze. You don't ever have to bet your whole financial world on one of those again. A lot of us here got really burned. Some of you got burned by AMC and GME. It's not that they didn't go up, but you didn't get out or you bought too late. I'm not blaming you, by the way. The hardest thing to do is sell. The bloody hardest thing to do is sell. But a lot of the rest of you got hurt by MMTLB. I did. Got hurt by GTII. I did. Got hurt by CRTD. I did. Got hurt by Finger. I did. I mean, I had made progress with Finger, and then it all blew up in one, where are you? They're waiting for you. Are you dead? Anyway, I don't blame anybody. I should have just said, no, I gotta stay here. But I didn't. And then I got destroyed, wiped out in Logic, in my opinion. I see no recovery in Logic. And really smart people from the American Exchange totally confident that there are systems in place. Don't know what they're talking about. Why? Because there are no systems in place, or the systems in place have a sieve at the bottom of them. It's all theater. So anyway, Danielle, I find it hard to keep my courage up and keep my resilience knowing too many shares. I don't want you or anybody in this audience hopping from stock to stock to stock to stock. I do not want to ever hear a story about, oh, hey, Blue Star loves Black Knight and Batman is establishing a position, and the League of Nations owns all of the outstanding shares, and Zod, kneel before Zod. Zod has shorted double the amount of shares, and we got them this time. We got them. There's no getting on Wall Street. They look out for their own, and you're not their own. God bless the child who has his own. All right, let's keep going. Plantier has a lot of government contracts, recurring revenue. Well, I've raised money for and been involved with a lot of companies that get government revenue. And that's important, of course, Justin, but it's the growth, it's the trajectory, it's the rapidity of expansion of revenues that brings on the multiples. If you have a government sinecure and it might take your company from here to here overnight, but if that's not going to grow, you might get 1 or 2 times revenue. Railtown, I think, is going to give you 50 times revenue at its peak, and it might be bought out for that. So what's going to be critical to learn about Railtown, if the lawyer ever gets off of his or her comfy chair and waddles down to their office and looks at the fax, if people use faxes, looks at the printout or looks at their screen and says, you know what, let's go forward. But we're all waiting on look, that's my fantasy. I don't know what we're waiting on, but I think we're waiting on either regulators or lawyers. I can't imagine anyone involved with the deal wants to slow it down. So it just has to be someone whose incentives and whose payout is not aligned with shareholders or with growth. It's aligned with whatever lawyers think about, mostly themselves. And they're still fading dreams. Tony claims he talked to RLAIF. Why don't you have him in line and straighten him out? Tony wants you. Look, if enough of you ask me to do it, I'll do it. But I'll tell you something. I've never talked to the company. So I don't know why they give him an audience, and I've never gotten it. I don't talk to the company. I think he's a squeaky wheel, and I don't think his capability of absorbing information helps. My opinion, David, the reason he's talking to the company is to make sure when he calls his shorts that he can tell them, you know what, you guys are well and truly screwed here. Or, you know what, I think what you can do, just keep selling. They're going to need money. I heard from the company they're going to raise some money. Keep selling. Maybe we can get that deal done at a lower price. I wouldn't trust Tony as far as his mustache grows overnight. Hulk Hogan passed at 71. Yeah, that's particularly sad for a guy like me. I wonder if we're all ready for life's last great adventure. I'm not ready for life's last great adventure. I could pretty much put it off for another 40 years and be quite content as long as I had my brain, my five senses, my health, and this, and this, and this. That's all I need. That's tough. 71. Wow. Ward Richardson, where is it? I wanted to find that. Somebody told me about a it's like a weekly tech magazine or something, supplement. All right, let me write this down, Ward. I'll look it up. 3-page article on Railtown. Okay, Canadian Securities Exchange Magazine. I'll look it up. Canadian Securities Exchange Mag, June 2025. So that's this recent. $1 trillion. I'll get that. $1 trillion problem. Thank you, Ward. You are a friend of the community. Emily Emily Jarvie. She's called M for short. M. You're sure? Thank you very much, Ward. We'll get that on right now. We'll get that on now. Donna says, thank you, Ward. I do too. Please excuse my typing. I'm a bad typist. Ward says, you're welcome, Donna. Oh, Donna. DMAC jumps in, taking advantage of the sale price. DMAC. Of course, it's all my opinion. It's all my opinion. DMAC, I bought more Railtown. Please update my total. Yes. Yes, indeed. 15,500 is possum. Hulk Hogan died. I know it makes us all wonder, how much more time do we have? We don't have time to deal with the Tonys of the world. We have time to deal with the Railtowns of the world. Hey, Jack Hamilton. Hey, Donna, finally got to sell a few GTII. All right, Jack Hamilton. Added. That's going to be, believe it or not, that's going to be just 1,700 shares. It's going to be worth a lot of money, in my judgment, as long as you put a time frame on it and we don't get into the churning waters of these hot money guys. We just hold it. I mean, 1,700 shares conceptually in a buyout. And the only reason I've gone to giving big numbers, by the way, the thing that I'm really most confident about, in my judgment, according to me, I think when Railtown the stock has started to go up and it's met this barrier. The barrier is that I think the shorts are trapped. And I did want to look it up and see if they've done any kind of toxic financing in the past. I don't think CEOs even know what a toxic financing is. Um, but, and I hope it doesn't squeeze, by the way. Not only have I never presented this to you as a squeeze play, I don't want it to squeeze. But here's the facts, though. There's 46 million shares that were sold short. What you don't know is how many trades during the day got rapid fire bought back, or they reconciled at the end of the day, or you don't know any of that. But I think it's pretty safe to say, particularly since we've been buying, there's rumors of another big block of buying out there, big block of baloney. And of course, the insiders, and they're not selling. So I think it's pretty safe to say that that number, 46,188,000, is closer to the existing non-delivered, non-settled shares than we think. But yeah, I wanted to look. I didn't. I meant to do that. I get so worn out. I want to look and see if there was some sort of, early on, some sort of toxic financing that caused these criminals just to start selling pell-mell. You've seen it all. I don't have to go through it. Look, MMAT, a perfectly beautiful technology. You can't even get on their website anymore. Perfectly beautiful technology company, batteries, some sort of membrane to stop batteries blowing up, other nano type stuff gets totally wiped out by the criminals. Genius people with patents, with solving real problems, and the criminals wipe it out. And Tony will come on and tell you, well, I'm just trying to make sure you don't lose money. They're the ones causing the losses. It's so circular, it almost makes me mad. Jack, I'm yellow so that you get out of GTI. I can't sell. I can't sell my GTII. All right, let's just see. Try to take a break while my head is pounding. Poor. Not all of you were sympathetic to Trump, but poor Trump. This Epstein thing is not going away, and journalists are finally behaving like journalists, but they're not looking into the coup, so to speak. They are looking into this, and the cover-up, even if there isn't really a cover-up, but the perception of a cover-up is worse than the crime. And it's too bad. All right, let me see if I can. That's very loud.
Has been defeated in Parliament. This raises a difficult legal question. How do you think it works? I mean, looks. Meanwhile, Elton John continues to deny rumors that he is engaged to his tennis racket. Well, if I can be allowed a personal opinion, I think Harrison Ford's new mustache works. And by works, I mean looks really gay.
That's worth hearing again.
Well, if I can be allowed a personal opinion, I think Harrison Ford's new mustache works. And by works, I mean looks really gay.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. All right, where do we go from here? It's 118. I've got to find that article is what we'll do. But let's look at the scores around the league. Railtown is down 0.015 at 57.5. I've never seen a better time to buy shares of Railtown. Well, 5 weeks ago, maybe. Finger, it's actually down 5 cents. 0.0494, 151.06. That Mountain stock, or whatever it stands for, is down 12 cents at $17. G-Bucks is down 19.5 at 151. And I don't know what else is worth following. I'm going to try to find this, but first some headlines. Yeah, I'm gonna stay away from the Russia because it don't change anybody's opinions. Will stable coin lead to inflation? I don't want to get into that either. Oh, wow. Gold miners trapped 500 meters underground in British Columbia. I have to say a prayer for them. Postcard from Madrid. I love Madrid. Best city in Europe other than Praha. But it's probably better than Prague. It's better than Paris, I'll tell you that. The only problem is there's not a lot of people that speak English. One thing I learned when I was in Paris, Generalissimo Franco is still dead. Largest U.S. power grid issues, the largest U.S. power grid issues max generation alert. And the footprint, it looks like, is Virginia, DC, where I am, DC, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Delaware, parts of Tennessee, Ohio. But hey, we've got other priorities with our money. Got much higher priorities elsewhere. I just hope people don't have to swelter in the heat. That's what I hope. Provision granting pesticide manufacturers immunity advances. Oh, God. Is Laura Trump going to run for the Senate? She'd win, I think. Wrestling icon Hulk Hogan passes away at 71. President Trump releases surprising new statement on the quisling Elon Musk. He said, Donald Trump wrote, everyone is stating I will destroy Elon's companies by taking away some, if not all, of the large-scale subsidies he receives from the U.S. government. This is not so. I want Elon and all of the businesses within our country to thrive. In fact, thrive like never before. The better they do, the better the United States does, and that's good for all of us. We are setting records every day, and I want to keep it that way. See, good for the president. Blondie suffers medical emergency. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Bull Pony is saying XRP is go time for those of you that follow that. Ew. Shocking study shows chemotherapy reactivates dormant cancer cells. Stupid cancer. Silver's also, that's just my penance for a life in ill-spent youth, I suppose. All right, let's find this article. It's called the Canadian Securities Exchange Magazine. All right, let's go to that. Canadian Securities Exchange Magazine. There it is. Okay, there it is. The Canadian Securities Exchange Magazine. Welcome to the Canadian Securities Exchange Magazine. Can I say the name more than once? Canada's leading publication for exploring business innovation and chronicling influential personalities from across the Canadian public markets. The Canadian Securities Exchange Magazine not only includes stories from CSE listed users, but also provides coverage on new opportunities in the public markets and in-depth reporting, blah, blah, blah. All right, we'll have to subscribe. Can I just read the current issue? Or I have to subscribe? Let's see if I can get articles. It's all podcasts? Well, we have time to listen to a podcast. See what this one is. June. Oh, it's I see, it's the magazine. Can I? All right, maybe I can do it. Well, let's just see if there's a better way than that. Podcast, magazine, issuer stories. How about if I search by Emily Jalvi? Emily Jarvie, I think I wrote. Jarvie. Nothing found. So I must have misspelled. Let me see from Word how you spell her name. Emily Jarvie. Yeah, that doesn't come up. All right, let me try the title of the article. There's no title there. All right, let's see how else I can see it, the magazine. All right, let me just look at the current issue. I might be able to take a picture of it. It's very small. If I turn it this way. Yeah, it's a little bit bigger. Sarah Nanotech. Treatment.com AI, is that it? Treatment.com AI? No, I don't think that's what you're. Megaguest.ai. Oh, that could be it. I think that's a picture of Corey. Looks like Corey. But it's Tony Campriani. It's not Corey. All right, Biomark. Ah, there it is, Railtown AI Technologies. Let me see if I can take a picture. Let me see. I'm doing my best. I'm doing it as quickly as possible. If you say my best isn't good enough, you'd probably be right. You would probably be right. If you said, hurry up, your best isn't good enough. But you know what? It's all you got. It's all you got. It is all you got. All right, so Ward, I have it in 2 pictures now, but I don't think it's particularly big. So let's see what else I can do. Maybe I can scale those up. Yeah, so maybe I can scale that now up. Yeah, I did that. So let me take that picture. Okay. And then scale this one up twice. I'll do it twice. That's a word in upstate New York. Twice is a word in upstate New York. All right. So, Ward, I think I have it now so that I can show it to people. Let me see if I can. Let's see what Lewis has to say. I don't want to lose his comment. Please excuse my ignorance. No, it's fine. Don't worry. Is it possible? A good idea? Oh, God. Sure. If you want your money back, just wire to me. Just email me how much money. I'll buy your note. I'll give you your money back. Just it might take me a couple of weeks or so, but just email me. Tell me how much money you invested. I'll give you your money back. I can't get it done before Railtown moves, and if you want to get money from the company, it's going to take a lot longer than that. So it's a non-event. Selling that company for Railtown is a non-event in terms of timing. But if you want out, just let me know. I can't do that for everybody, but I don't quite understand. I know it's been frustrating waiting But as soon as that's funded, it's, as Obama might say, shovel ready. I would say within 6 to 9 months, internally anyway, they'll start knowing, they'll weigh the gold, they'll know what's there, and I would probably say, just for a margin of error, that investors should plan on 12 months to 18 months. But I think it'll be known very, very quickly. And just to recap, in the broadest and most optimistic terms, I mean, there's still risk there, and there's still, you got to prove it out. But based on the low case, where the company achieved third-party verification of resources, and drilling, and used I say the word off-the-shelf process. I don't know if it was putting 2 or 3 off-the-shelf processes together, but it's a brutalist process, a process of just melting the crap out of the sand, and some sort of other steps, which, as I'm talking, I'm realizing I'm probably not supposed to say, but I don't really understand it that well anyway, and probably using an autoclave. In that, what it was called was I might have the report right here. It's called I almost have it in my head what it's called. Stupid brain can't remember a simple word. I want to say it's called caustic fusion, but that doesn't sound right. So the company discovered a 6.6 million ounce gold deposit in sands. It's just sand, felsic sands. It's just this huge caldera full of sand. And they found that basically 15 years ago. They estimated gold resources at 174 million tons of reserves, with a recovery of 0.038 ounces of gold equivalent by caustic fusion. There it is. It is called caustic fusion assay. This is done by a third party, or at least third-party eyeballs watched it. And they did an assay of 37 sonic drill holes down to 200 feet. The grade was confirmed it says here, the grade was confirmed by a 24-ton I don't know what SD, I guess, sonic drill composite bulk leach using sodium thiosulfate to yield actually a higher number, 0.048 ounces per ton. And I used just used the lower one, not 0.048, using the lower one of 0.038 in this sort of brutal method, which is what down the highway, 200 miles, Barrick Gold and Newmont Mining, in their joint effort called Gold Strike. That's the Carlin Trend. That's what makes Nevada, the largest producer of gold in the country, maybe in North America. There's a project up in Alaska that might rival it soon, but it's going to take a while to come on. But that methodology is quite valuable perhaps. I mean, it's, there would have to be people coming over from Goldstrike, but I think they would. And so this is the minimum. This is a minimum to me. There's still speculation in it, but this is a minimum to me. Then there's questions of, if you do it this way, there's always negotiations and strong arming and people in there. It's what the deal is at the end of the day. But just on the face of it, if Goldstrike, the natural buyer, they have something like 6 giant, it might be 9, 6 giant autoclaves processing the Carlin trend, which is sand, it's invisible gold, it's nano gold. And they get, to my memory, 0.033 ounces of gold equivalent in recovery. Well, the natural buyer would be they come in and buy this, maybe for stock, and they just bring the trucks and the shovels, and it's at the surface, start putting it into monster trucks and with monster shovels and haul it by rail, probably, might be trucks the whole way, but certainly they could take it to the rail and bring it into Goldstrike's project in Nevada, the Carlin trend, and they could just pour this sand with what other steps they do into the monster autoclaves. And if they produce just that was overlooked with third-party eyeballs, that's 6.6 million ounces of gold, just that. To my memory, the cost of the Carlin process is $800 an ounce, all in. But let's call it where is gold trading? Gold is trading at $33.70. So let's say that it's $1,370 an ounce in cost. So that would leave $2,000 an ounce in profit. Or, yeah, it depends on the accounting, frankly, but let's just call that profit. That's $13 billion, 6,612,000 ounces times 2,000 profit. That gives 13,222,000 in profit. Gold, Lewis, gold is not really discounted because the theory is gold will reflect inflation and other costs in its sale price over time. So using that, because gold prices, since this report came out and since I got involved in this, gold prices have gone up over $2,500, $3,000 an ounce. So there's $13 billion here in profit. They're not going to pay us. They would never pay us their entire profit. What might they pay? Depends on their confidence, of course. And it depends on their need, because as their reserves go down, the institutional investors that buy Barrick and Newmont, they want to know how long can this revenue stream last. So I think they'd be keen to buy it. 10% of that, I think, would be too low. Let's say 20% of that divided by, that would be, if they did 20% of that, I think that's low. But that would be $2.6 billion they'd pay. Just based, I mean, Louis, you got to go back in. It's been so many years. You've got to get new third-party eyeballs. They have to send their engineers. So it's not there's plenty of room for this to disappoint, but I think there's a lot of room for it to excite. But if they paid 20% of that profit, it'd be $2.6 billion, I assume, in Barrick Gold and Newmont stock. If we divide that by the current outstanding shares, that's $6.60 a share. So if you don't mind, I'm going to reduce that to $4 a share, just to try to allow for the roughness in the calculation. So Louis, you paid 4 cents. And I just did a calculation at the basic level, very basic, and I think very reasonable. But I'm not saying it's a guarantee in it by any stretch of the imagination. We have to execute. We have to get the money in. We have to finish out the pilot plant, which is already under construction. We have to process it. We have to weigh the gold, and then we have to get these guys in. But if you assume just the third-party proven reserves, resource, and then the third-party proven is in brackets because it still needs to be redone. Resource, gold reserves, I think a low estimate of what Barrick Gold and Newmont Mining would pay is $6.60. But if you don't mind, I'm going to say $4. You paid 4 cents. So that's my low case. What's the other risk? The other risk is somehow, I don't believe this is a risk, but somehow further funding does not come and everybody gets pissed off at each other, and this opportunistic is too polite. This predatory proposal that the company got from a guy in the business, very wealthy. He could come in and try to take the company. That would cap out his proposal, as I understand. It's been a while. That would cap out. We would still have all the risk of execution. We'd have all the risk of time, but he would cap us out at 40 cents a share. That's his proposal. So Louis, you paid 4 cents. I think probably the worst case scenario is, unless Yellowstone Park blows up, the worst case scenario is an exit over time, frustratingly capped out at 40 cents. That's 10x on what you paid. I think the low target, and I just went through it with you, but I think the low target based on third-party eyeballs on the resource, which leads to an estimate of the gold, I think a pretty reasonable estimate of the gold being recovered, down to 200 feet on 37 sonic drilled holes. I think I came up with a number of $6 or $7 a share. I'm going to say $4. That's 100 times your money. I know it's horrible to wait. I know it's frustrating, but let me just give you the upside. Let me just give you the upside. Now this research, and I'm not going to show it. I will show it when we have a closed circuit Zoom call, but I don't believe I can do that until the project is funded. But this research points out that, in fact, it's a very detailed report, two reports, that in fact, the project area sits over at least 600 feet down, maybe 800 feet down, and then below that, there's brine and clays. So the resource going downward could be truly massive, but also more importantly, the lease area can be expanded. So without taking all of the upside guesstimates, and by the way, his cost level is $400 an ounce. Now that's his projection. I don't think the company said that. Or it may have, I don't know. It's so long ago. So anyway, currently, this is a while ago, and obviously funding slows everything down. But the company guesstimates that to basically build out, finish the pilot plant, and then do this could take as little as 1 to 3 months, but it could take 9 months. So they'd have to reassay the 176 tons from the 32 holes, drilled to 200 feet. And that may add time too, of course. So right now, there's what we know about is 176 million tons of resource. There are additional potential resources beyond the sands to the 200 feet. A layer of brines 430 feet beneath the surface, the additional 200 feet of sands down to 400 feet, and the possibility the clays, there are clays, I guess he means below half of the deposit. To this, we would add the sands beyond the area now discussed and rank the order of prospectiveness as the brines, the sands down to 400 feet, and the additional lease area and the clays. The brines could just be pumped to the surface at a trivial cost. and possibly processed with the same technology. The grade in the brine is unknown, but the grade is gold and palladium together. It could be less or greater than the current combined. The current combined gold and palladium estimate by this analyst is 0.35 ounces per ton gold equivalent in the form of palladium. When you add that to the 0.20 ounces per ton gold equivalent required with the process, so it's gold plus the palladium, it's 0.55 ounces of gold per ton. It's a big number. But I choose to ignore the palladium altogether, but it's here that he's talking about it. So then if you add the sands down to 400 feet, just the sands, that could add 500 million tons in the 2.5 square miles. And obviously you're going from 200 feet to 400, so it doubles it. There's 500 million tons in 200 feet. It has to be proven, but there's no reason it's not there. And you double it to 400 feet, that takes 500 million tons of resource to 1 billion tons of resource. If you add the other areas, the other things, which I don't, he says the sands beyond the targeted areas, you could double that. And instead of making it 2 billion tons, let's take it to 1.3 billion tons of resource, which is a big number, I know, but I want to give you the upside. 1.3 billion tons of resource, and ignoring the palladium, just doing they have two processes. They call them, it's proprietary, so nobody's going to know what this means. They call them NMET and TPAC that recover over 0.20 ounces of gold per ton, but let's just use 0.20. That gives 260 million ounces of gold. 260 million ounces of gold. And in this case, I'm going to multiply that by 3,000 because the cost of this, according to the new process, is less than $400 an ounce. So we'll multiply that now by 3,000. Lewis. And that's 780 billion. 780 billion, which sounds completely preposterous. But let's say, let's do it a different way. What would a gold company pay if they got comfortable with 260 million ounces of gold potentially recoverable? I would say they'd only pay somewhere between $50 and $400 per ounce. But I'd say they wouldn't go as high as 400. Let's say $150 an ounce in cash and in cash and stock, 150. That gives you a buyout price of 39 billion. And I think at that point, you'd have to assume the amount of shares outstanding would be much higher. Let's say 850 million. It gives you a target of $45, Lewis, in a buyout. So I'll stick with my original presentation. You paid 4 cents. I think the worst case is some terrible deal that takes time and has risk and caps out at 40 cents. I think just based on existing resource/reserves, a sale could be $4, but it would take time to prove it and do all that. And I think a very reasonable buyout, as gold prices are so high, and all we have to do is weigh the gold and prove the process day after day after day in the pilot plant. I think a very reasonable buyout would be $40 a share. Could it be a lot higher? Definitely. It could be a lot higher. The other thing that could be higher, which is what I would try to do, is just bring in project financing. And I have Rick Rule's card here, although he switched firms. He said, I told him the story. He said he'd just send me once you're ready to go, send me the white paper, the proposal. We'll look at it. We'll finance that. But we're not ready for that. And I don't think he remembers me from Adam. But I believe we could get project financing, and that could recover a fair portion of $975 per share. Let's not say $975 per share over time. Let's call it $400. Let's take half of that. Let's take more than half of that. So, Lewis, you've paid 4 cents. I think the absolute nightmare scenario, unless it goes bankrupt or it breaks up in acrimony, and I mean, it could go to zero. There's no question. But in, reasonable men making reasonable decisions, I think the worst case, you recover 40 cents a share on your investment. That's 10x. I think equally disappointing situation would be selling the company based on just the lowest estimate from 15 years ago or so, 12 years ago, from third party. I think that would be $4. That's 100x. I think a low buyout after, let's say the money comes in, we spend 3 months to 9 months building it out, weighing the gold, and in comes a buyer, maybe a conglomerate to buy it. I think you get $40. That's 1,000 times your money, Lewis. That's 1,000 times your money, I think. 4 cents. Well, let me just do it. $40 divided by 0.04. Yeah, it's 1,000 times your money. And if there were a way to build it out, which is what I would propose, and start processing our own gold, and then maybe selling it in the future, or just collecting revenue for the next 20 years, I think your multiple on your investment could be 40,000. I know it sounds preposterous, Lewis, but a lot of it, nobody knows the story, and it's taking forever to fund. But gold prices are going the right direction. It's in North America. It's a reasonably politically safe area. You don't have to build a mine in the sense of building shafts and going down thousands of feet. It's all close to the surface. I mean, there's obviously going to have to be a big, I assume, open pit process. So, Lewis, I think number one, as a investment decision, it would probably be the wrong thing to do. But I hear your point. Could you quickly do it and then quickly get back in? I don't think if you sold it, I don't think the investment would be available again by the time you got back in. Might be, but I don't think so. As soon as it gets funded, I'll go around to everybody. Maybe we'll have a Zoom call, and maybe I can get additional allocation to allow people to put up money. Maybe. I'm a little embarrassed right now to ask the company for anything. But if the funding comes in, it's shut down, and it'll never be available at 4 cents again. In my judgment. And to add to that, Lewis, what I negotiated, you get double the flavor. It's double mint gum. In your package of documents, ignore the little bit. They give you some little bonus warrants, but in the package of your documents, you are entitled for 5 years. 1 year's gone by, so 4 more years. You're entitled to buy the exact same number of shares you have at 4 cents by converting warrants that you have. And that means that the numbers I'm giving you, you can double them. You can double them. Because you have twice as many shares as you think you do. And whilst you wait, you're earning interest. I forget what the interest is. I really don't remember. 6%, 8%, 7%. So I really think it's a bad investor strategy to get out of. But if you want me to buy yours, I will. But I can't buy it before Railtown moves, I don't think. And in fact, it's very likely if I'm buying it, my source of funds would be my IRA account if Railtown went up. So I think I understand your thinking, Lewis, but I just think, I actually think that gold company has, in many ways, the potential to at least equal, depending on how long you're in Railtown, if you hold Railtown all the way, at least equal or perform many multiples better for your investment. So I don't think it's a good idea, but I hear you if you want me to do something. Hulk had a heart attack. That is a shame. I wonder if it's because of the but I'm not sure he took the So it might just be from the steroids. Lewis, thanks for the answer. If the timing is bad, then it'd be crazy to dismantle this opportunity. That's what I think. That's what I think. Since I couldn't list a beneficiary, I'm wondering if something can be done since I'm already seven. Yes. Are you in good health? Can we wait a month or so? Because once the funding comes in, I can really get proactive. But yes, we can work with an attorney and give instructions who the beneficiary is. Yes. It'd be better to have a beneficiary than just have it go to the government. But yes, we can work on that. All right, let me see if I can get this article for you. Nope. Okay, so I need to send the photos to myself. It's supposed to link right away, and I've got the best Wi-Fi available, but it really doesn't do it that way. Okay, send, 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 and send. And we'll send it to myself because I'm the only person that answers my calls. Okay, it came. It saw. Okay, let's see. Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. Okay, we go to the pictures. And now the other pictures, the other pictures showed up at the same time. The other pictures showed up at the same time. So I got twice the pleasure. Let's just get them up here. Unos, dos, tres. Oh no, Mr. Faulty. All right, I got to delete. 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 I didn't mean to do that. Delete. Just trying to delete. Delete. Let's get, I don't need to see that mustache anymore. All right, let's add these. We'll go over the article. All right, Lewis, I'm going to take your comment down so I can read these, but that's a good question. I'm sorry it's taken so long. It's just beyond anybody's control. Bill Miko, he's going to give me shite. Hi, hey, William, just listening and working on motorcycles. You were right. My terrible G-Bucks trade sure didn't work. Not yet, I guess. I don't want to be right, Bill. I would never gloat about that. It's just, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't, you took a calculated risk, and if it had worked out, amazing. It might not be over, but I would say it's pretty much you're not gonna have a chance to swap out before Railtown is. Yeah, I was talking to somebody, Bill, last evening, just an investor, and we were talking about what would happen if Railtown announced its merger. Would the stock move slowly or quickly? In other words, it's so ironic. Once the stock gets to $5, I think it's going to take off like a like a hit record. But the question we were discussing, how long does it go from 60 cents to $2 to $3, that kind of thing? And he was a little more sanguine than I am. He was a little more he was more practical than I am, maybe. He was saying, it'll probably go to 80 cents, then to $1, $1.20, maybe $1.50, then it get, that kind of thing. I told him I thought, and I don't know, nobody knows, but I told him I thought that when that news comes out, he's underestimating the power of the demand for the stock. And it'll all come down to, in my view, to the volumes of stock that Tony Diero and his pals want to sell that don't exist. If they keep selling, if they sell another 40 or 50 million shares, I still think the stock will go to $1, $1.20. But if they stop selling, I think the stock could be $2.50, $3 in by the time you can kickstart a motorcycle. I've told a few of my customers about Rail, not sure how many shares purchased. That's pretty cool. Let's go over I'm going to take that down so I can show. Let's go over the article that Ward called to my attention. This is the article. This appeared in the technology issue of the Canadian Stock Exchange magazine. It's written by Emily Jarvie. Railtown AI Technologies, advanced platform helps software developers tackle a $1 trillion problem. Do you see this? It's dated down here in the corner, June 2025. So it's dated last month, June 2025. It's in the technology issue of the Canadian Stock Exchange magazine. And the title of it is Railtown AI Technologies, advanced AI platform helps software developers tackle a $1 trillion problem. $1 trillion. I wonder if Tone knows how much $1 trillion is. Probably not. He wants to save you from your profits. All right, so this is going to be difficult to read. I'm going to read it on my phone because I can't read that. Maybe you guys can see it. At least you know it's there, right? All right. So it says Railtown AI Technologies under company profile. Railtown AI Technologies, advanced AI platform helps software developers tackle a $1 trillion problem, by Emily Jarvie. She's probably parlez français. Anyway, let's read the article by Emily Jarvie. Demand for software continues to rise in our increasingly digitized world as companies across all industrial sectors look to make their operations more efficient. Little do most people know that software developers themselves rely on other technologies to help them be more effective in the development, building, and maintenance of software applications. Railtown AI Technologies, CSC Rail, and OTCQB RLAIF is one of the companies tackling the inefficiencies in how software applications are developed, built, scaled, managed, and maintained. Using innovative artificial software developed in-house, so Tony can't do any due dilly while he sits there reviewing the latest Taylor Swift release. Railtown's suite of technology will identify problems within the software development and deployment process, providing knowledge and insight that includes suggested fixes and tests to increase the velocity of resolution. Chief Executive Corey Brandolini co-founded Railtown with a clear goal: to create an AI solution which transforms and elevates the end-to-end software development process here in the United States. Quote, my co-founders and I have been building software applications for 30 years. And as a result, we have built applications across many verticals and have used most development methodologies in doing so, Brandolini tells Canadian Securities Exchange magazine. Quote, we have experienced the best and the worst of those methods. And it was from that experience that we knew we wanted to build the tools and frameworks to tackle all of the negative and inefficient software engineering and maintenance processes. Our Conductor AI model is the result of that work and is now positioned to be a big player in the AI-driven conversion of traditional methodologies of software development into a more efficient approach. Quote, we wanted to create a very intelligent agent that not only understood the design aspects of what you were trying to build, but also the running and the maintenance of what you built as well, unquote. Brandolini explains that all of the work that goes into software development still relies on talented developers. Quote, human beings make up the bulk of mankind. No, it doesn't say that. Human beings make up the bulk of the workload that goes into designing, building, training, deploying, managing, and maintaining a software application, he says. All right, we have to go to the next line. We have to go to the next one. We have to go to the next one. All right, let's go to the next one. Next page, and let's try to zoom in. I've got to read it here, unfortunately. I don't know if that's the next page. Hang on. I think it's the last page. Here's the next page. All right, here's the next page. Those are your handsome dudes. And it's okay if you're into that kind of thing. Okay, so he continues up in the top there. And manpower heavy load. Huh? Doesn't make sense. See what he said. Oh, he said, quote, it's a manpower heavy load to run scalable software applications. The goal is to alleviate the non-productive tasks from the developer workload and to free developers up from and assist them in the creation of great new great new game-changing applications. With reams of data to examine, Railtown has been able to determine that its technology can save over 8 hours of human developer's time per week. Apply that metric across a developer team and a full work year, and the potential to recapture incredible amounts of corporate value becomes obvious. Railtown operates in a high growth space where more than 30 million software developers work globally. Railtown operates in a high growth space where more than 30 million software developers work globally, with that number climbing by 3 to 4% every year. Not surprisingly, the developer tools market is projected to expand from United States dollars 6.6 billion last year to US dollars 22.6 billion by 2033, according to Business Research Insights. That's the number you and I have talked about quite a few times because it's on their website. Let's keep going. For Railtown, the opportunity lies in reducing losses caused by inefficient software development. Quote, it works out to be about 40% of your resources in non-productive tasks, unquote, Brandolini explains. Quote, our goal was to be able to create a very intelligent, agentic solution that could do a significant amount of the non-productive tasks in order to keep developers building and running new products, as opposed to fixing and maintaining and constantly reviewing historical technical debt, unquote. In the United States alone, the cost of inferior software was estimated to be US 2.4 trillion. In the United States alone, the cost of inferior software was estimated to be US $2.4 trillion in 2022 by the Consortium for Information and Software Quality. Related losses due to cybercrime and problems in software supply chains were cited, as was the term, quote unquote, technical debt, which is the implied cost of future work to fix suboptimal software. At scale, software bugs can lead to extremely costly problems, with the millions of automobiles being recalled in 2024 due to software issues being but one example. A flawed software update by cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike in July of 2024 disrupted everything from personal laptops to enterprise infrastructure. One estimate put the resulting losses for Fortune 500 companies at over US $5 billion. Railtown is helping to address these types of problems with its proprietary application general intelligence platform, Conductor. Ta-da! Conductor. The system is designed to support the entire software development lifecycle. Conductor ingests a wide range of data sources, including developer tickets, code repositories, deployment logs, documentation, and uses the information to understand how a software application works. From there, Conductor can automate many of the repetitive, time-consuming tasks developers typically manage. This includes generating reports and release notes, identifying root causes of bugs, writing code fixes, creating documentation, and deploying tests. Before we change the page, let's read under this. I don't know, girls. Are those a handsome group of guys? And the shoes. I would say that the PhD has the best shoes. And they all kind of have the Steve Jobs look. But they all look pretty good, right? They're all enthusiastic. They're all in good health. They're all fit. And, they're here to run the company for a long time. All right, so quote, Railtown and AIP's goal, along with the Canadian government's AI program initiatives, is to build a strong Canadian ecosystem for Canadian companies before we're taking over as the United States 51st state. No, he didn't say that. So Brandolini is quoted as saying in the highlight, Railtown and AIPs, that's the company they're buying. It's in the print. I think that deal is going through. I think we can check off the risk of that deal not happening. It's right there in print. Railtown and AIP's goal, along with the Canadian government's AI program initiatives, is to build a strong Canadian ecosystem for Canadian companies. Okay, let's go to the next page. The last page. Let's go to the last page. Oh. Okay, that's the last page. This is a little harder to read because it's 3 columns, so let me zoom in. All right. As the platform, Conductor, learns more about an application's architecture and workflows, it can begin to predict issues before they arise and recommend fixes, helping software development teams to reduce technical debt and maintain code quality at scale. Unlike other developer tools that are often fragmented and domain specific, Conductor serves as a unified platform that connects all aspects of software development, automating tasks across teams and workflows to improve productivity and collaboration. The platform evolves with the application it supports to help ensure that development goes as smoothly as possible from start to finish. Importantly, Railtown's platform integrates seamlessly with popular integrated development environment, IDEs, and continuous integration and continuous delivery deployment, CI/CD, continuous integration and continuous delivery tools such as Visual Studio, VS Code, Azure DevOps, Jira, GitHub, Microsoft Teams, Slack, Zapier, and many more, enabling smooth workflow automation. The company, Tony's been doing his due diligence now, he claims, for 2 months. This article, if he's such a crack due dilly guy, this article's been out for over 30 days, or Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Anyway, the company's revenue model is based on recurring software as service, SaaS subscriptions, which can support predictable cash flow. Oh my gosh, I don't know how they're going to do this merger. There's going to be dilution. There's no revenue. Tony, STFU. All right, the company's revenue model is based on recurring software as service, SaaS subscriptions, which can support predictable cash flow and scalability as more organizations adopt the platform. Railtown recently announced that it has entered into a memorandum of understanding to acquire AI Partnerships Corporation. AIP, how we name it, AIP, has a network of over 160 AI SaaS-based affiliate companies, the majority of them in Canada, soon to be the United States. I'm kidding. The majority of them in Canada that provide AI-driven vertical market solutions and development tools. Toronto-based AIP, that's the AI Partnerships Corporation network. Toronto-based AIP's affiliates operate in 13 countries and serve over 5,000 clients. I wonder how Tone missed that. That's right on the website of AIP Partners. But Tone, he's looking out for you. Toronto-based AIP affiliate operates in, let me start that over again. My eyesight's not perfect. Toronto-based AIP's affiliates operate in 13 countries and serve over 5,000 clients in industries such as fintech, healthcare, manufacturing, and supply chain management. The company's quote-unquote AIP Central platform connects the affiliates, allowing them to subscribe to each other's services and pursue opportunities together in a shared environment. Wow, that's powerful. Railtown sees significant value in leveraging the AIP affiliate sales network and also in the opportunity to add a common platform layer for all affiliates and their end user clients to utilize. According to Brandolini, bringing AIP and Railtown together will offer clients not just a marketplace, but also access to the core infrastructure and tools needed to build and deploy AI applications through the frameworks and services that Railtown has created, not yet to be created, has created. The approach is similar to how Microsoft offers both a partner network and access to its technical services, such as Azure Cloud, Azure DevOps, Visual Studio, GitHub, and more. Imagine someday that sentence includes comma conductor. Brandolini also emphasizes that the acquisition enhances Railtown's strategic positioning in the Canadian AI ecosystem. Quote, Railtown and AIP's goal, along with the Canadian government's AI program initiatives, is to build a strong Canadian ecosystem for Canadian companies to build and deploy AI-based technologies in Canada first. So they don't immediately need to look south of the border where all the dastardly short selling and counterfeiting exists. No, he doesn't say that. They don't need to look south of the border. It also allows, why don't I start that quote over again since I got so clever? Quote, Railtown and AIP's goal, along with the Canadian government's AI program initiatives, is to build a strong Canadian ecosystem for Canadian companies to build and deploy AI-based technologies in Canada first, so they don't immediately need to look south of the border, as well as being able to address data sovereignty concerns, states Brandolini. So, quote, so this was very much a sovereign AI ideology that we have here at Railtown, and AIP as Canadian companies to be able to provide as many of the most important surfaces, tools, and frameworks that Canadian AI companies need and want, unquote. With its AI-powered platform and its expanding network, Railtown is not only addressing the costly inefficiencies of software development today, but shaping how AI tools will support the next generation of work in this vitally important industry. And there's a picture of Corey Brandolini wearing a Railtown.ai hat like all the rock stars wore, like Amy Winehouse's boyfriend, Blake Civil Fielder, wore. It looks good on him, though. It looks really good. And he's wearing a black T-shirt like Stephen Jobs. He can carry it off. Anyway, his name, Corey Brandolini, Chief Executive Officer, the company, Railtown AI Technologies, the symbol, CSE symbol RAIL, the listing date, November 29, 2021. Website, railtown.ai. And just a little bit on Emily Jarvie. She began her career as a political journalist in Australia. After she relocated to Canada, she worked as a psychedelics journalist, reporting on business, legal, and scientific developments before joining Proactive in 2022. Emily has worked as a reporter in Australia, Europe, and Canada. And that is the article, my friends. It's pretty powerful, don't you think? Don't you think? Don't you think? Don't you think? Thank you, Bill, for telling your customers they're going to love you. They're going to love you, Bill Michael, when you tell the customers they're going to love you. They are going to love you. Okay, next one. Who is this guy? Regazzo80. Guys, be careful of the fraud scam perpetrated here. RLAIF is a penny stock. Go back and watch his earlier videos. One after another, they all come on to say they bought 10K, 20K, or 100K multiple times. Not sure what you mean. Yeah, people gave me their purchases multiple times, but I didn't record them multiple times. I keep a very amateur spreadsheet. And so when a person with a name gives me an amount, every night I reconcile it. I don't add it up over and over again. If they give me the number, they bought 20,000 shares, as you put it, and they state it again, I look, I already have it, so I don't record it. So Rigazo, I think you got a problem here. I actually think this is a low count because there's at least 12 people who didn't give me any ownership. And this number is probably low too. There's a lot of people I guess I've pissed off over time talking about the genocide in Palestine, and also talking about other things. I think I've been, I haven't been my own best audience recruiter, but I don't know. I am what I am. So Regazzo, we have 9 million shares in this group. And I know you're trying to shake it out, but I don't think they're going to sell. I don't think they're going to sell. We have 6.4% of the outstanding shares. We're probably the only stock that you have any recourse to try to shake out. Apparently, there's 53% of this stock closely held up in Canada by people that are not selling. And then on top of that, my understanding is, I can't prove it right now, there's 30% additionally of people primarily out of Canada who have accumulated the stock. I think there's a couple of places on the west coast of the United States. They've accumulated the stock with no intention to sell. And they don't need the money. They're not like you, desperate, trying to print some trades, earn your place, make $1,000, make $5,000 a day or a week. They're already rich beyond measure, so they're not selling. And then you got this 9 million shares. There's only 100 million shares on the float. You're not going to find stock to sell down here, Rigazo, or to buy. We have 9 million, and I hope everyone stands very strong together. I think what's going to happen to you, Rigazo, in, I don't know, a day, a week, a month, 2 months. We don't know the exact time, but I think indications are that we're getting very close to that memorandum of understanding being announced as final. Once that happens, Rigazo, all of the insiders at Railtown, all of the big investors at Railtown, all of the insiders at AI Partners, all of the big investors at AI Partners, all of the companies, see insiders of the 160 some companies inside of the AIP networks, all of their investors, depending on the financing that's put in place, probably almost immediately, the Canaccord Genuity sales force can get to work, both on the institutional side and on the retail side, going out and soliciting orders to buy or placing products like a funding, or maybe they start their own ETF of Canadian AI generative companies. Who knows? You're going to see all of a sudden, Regazzo 80, that you're not. This is just puny compared to what you're going to have to deal with. You're talking about, now you're going to try to keep the stock under $1, so maybe family offices can't come in. And then you're going to try to keep it under $2. So maybe it doesn't go on margin, doesn't become automatically buyable across a lot of platforms. that it doesn't show up or isn't allowed right now. And at $2, maybe there's one or two funds out there that meets their parameters of what they can invest in. You're going to try to keep that down. And then as it goes to $3, $4, $5, you're going to still try to keep it down. But the funny thing is, Ragazzo, when it breaks $5, I hope you've covered. I hope you've moved. I hope you've moved your exposed shares to the prime broker you don't care about, because you're going to have to walk away from your trades. And it's going to be a complete wipeout. Once that stock goes above $5, according to me, I mean, could be wrong, you're not going to be able to sell anymore. Your prime broker is going to say, hey, boy, we're cutting you off unless you bring in some money, unless you show us that you have access to the shares, you're cut off. Now, you might be such a big guy that that's just one stock out of a whole portfolio, but you better have moved that trade to an account to a prime brokerage account you don't care about, because you're going to blow up that account. Because in my judgment, when it goes to $5, $6, you're going to see buying like you've never seen. And the stock, in my judgment, will be a $10, $11, $12 stock. So I wish you a lot of luck, Ragazzo. And you're putting that in writing. I'm going to take a picture of it. I'll never find you. But that's libel. You're committing libel. There's nothing I've said here that's fraudulent. There's nothing I've said here that's a scam. RLAIF right now is under $1. I don't know if you'd call it a penny stock. In fact, I would call it more accurately a 57 pennies stock, 58 pennies stock. It's not a pennies. I mean, it is under $1. But Ragazzo, the reason it's under $1, you guys are shorting it. Today, the volume is 259,000 shares. There's no way anybody associated with the company is selling it. There's no way anybody associated with the Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement System is selling it. There's no way anybody associated with Constellation Software, CSU, who originally invested there and now own this, are selling. There is no way whales who have bought into this stock are selling. But you are. So it's keeping the stock down. So you're keeping it, Ragazzo, you're keeping it, in my judgment, you're keeping it, as you called it, a penny stock. But it's not a penny stock. I mean, technically, I guess if you want to be technical about it, it is. I mean, it's 57, 58 pennies. But you're suppressing it. That's the trap you're in for the rest of your life, the rest of your financial life. But the buying hasn't even shown up, because there's a cap, there's a prevention, there's a governor on buying demand, because the stock is in a quiet period. It's on the restricted list at Canaccord. And people who are close to the negotiations, to the material, inside information, to the revenue that's going to leap right outside of your eyes, they can't buy until it's announced, and then it's fully disclosed. And then, Ragazzo, your fun begins. Then your fun begins. I hope you go through it. I hope you go through the hard times ahead for you with grace and equanimity. I hope you don't blame anybody. It's the only person you're going to be able to blame is the guy you see in the mirror. Rakaza 80, who in their right mind would invest their hard $10,000, $100,000, and even $200,000 in an unknown stock? Well, and that too is a penny stock. It's all a bluff. Those are his cahoot shills cooking up the whole fraud. You know, you're putting a lot in writing that I should sue you for libel. I will point out, just because you say it doesn't mean it's accurate. I will look into suing you. I will. For now, though, I'm going to save the money for Railtown. But I'll look into suing you, Ricasso. Your life is going to be very unpleasant soon. Very unpleasant as a short. Let's go through your point. Who would invest their hard? Exactly. I take that money seriously. And that's why I get so upset about your pal, Tony Diero. He doesn't take it seriously. If somebody had put 10 grand into Railtown when Tony first came out, they now have $20,000 worth of stock. But Tony, in many cases, scared people off. And for that, I think he should be shamed. Someone that put 100,000 in before and as Tony first got critical would now have $200,000. Someone who put $200,000 Ragazzo in just 3, 4, 5 weeks ago would now have $400,000. Depending on what they paid. I'm assuming they paid 28 cents. I mean, now it could be some variation on that. So I guess, Ragazzo, they're lucky they didn't listen to you. They've done very well. And you know what that gives them, Ragazzo? That gives them strength to ride out this really puny attempt on you-all's part to drive the stock down. Railtown's not an over-the-counter stock. It's a Canadian stock. And so your games don't work here. They don't work here. I'm not sorry. I actually, wouldn't wish on an enemy what's coming to you. But I'm not sorry it's going to happen to you. I think you've heard the saying that karma's a bitch. Or was that Kamala? Can't remember. But anyway, karma's a bitch. And I hope you enjoy what goes round comes round, Ragazzo. Wow. You have more to say? The guy hosting it has no accountability nor remorse. About 6 to 8 different stocks he sold all went down the toilet. He doesn't take responsibility for ruining people's money and lives. Guess I'll add that to the evidence pile. You don't know me, and you obviously haven't watched. But let's go through your points. I have no accountability. I would argue, and a friend of mine pointed it out to me today, that one of the reasons I've stood in on this particular stock for many months, but with great emphasis, I don't talk about silver anymore. I only talk about one thing because I notice as an audience, unless I'm blunt, I can't be sure that my message is getting across. So I've only talked about one thing. And a friend of mine pointed out to me, maybe this is my way of holding myself, he didn't use these words, but my way of holding myself accountable and assuaging my remorse. No, I actually, Ragazzo, feel very deeply the pain, the loss that you all cause. I mean, it's the most ironic thing. It's such circular reasoning. Every stock here in the over-the-counter market, if they need capital, is going to be destroyed by you guys. Doesn't matter if it's a good story. Sure, there's maybe some that are bad. I've never recommended a bad story. I got caught up in the idea of short squeezes in a couple of shitty stocks, but I always said they're piece of shit stocks. And another one that I'm a little concerned with. They got a hell of a job to get through the next 6 to 9 months. But on the other hand, I did make some good some good recommendations. Not everybody followed them. So I don't agree with you. I don't agree. Are they all in the toilet? I think logic's in the toilet. That was a complicated story. I'm not going to go through it again. But that became 4 or 5 different pieces of paper. And there's no way, Ragazzo, that I could predict what the CEO and the board decided while you all lied to them. Types like you, lawyer, attorneys, financial types, Polar is the investor, Aubrey Advisors, Chadron. It's just, I fought it. I wrote letters. I got on email chains. I got upset. I went live. I warned people. But yeah, I'd say you're right about logic. And I think that's a pretty apt description. I think logic not only went in the toilet, it's down through the sewer system. And maybe it'll turn into fertilizer and give something. I don't expect it. So 6 or 8, I think people made money in Nixie. I've since suggested people get out of Nixie. It could still work, but people made money in a trade. I don't trust it because the whole story has taken too long, and I don't trust what you guys are doing. What else is out there? G-Bucks. One of the reasons I've been here, Ragazzo, the stock was $5 roughly. And I made it clear to everybody. I had a small position that I sold, and I've been pretty clear on that too, saying there is no other stock. You got to own Railtown. Get out of that. And I think that also pertains to a couple of other names you might come up with. I've been correct in my call in silver, and people have made money on that. I've been correct in my call on the overall market, and I'm ready to start making calls away from your ilk, because your ilk will never change. Your ilk is filth, and your ilk is the bane of our supposedly free market system. And I actually think you should take your words and look in the mirror tonight, tomorrow morning, whenever you're sober, and realize you don't take responsibility for what you do and the pain you cause on other people's lives. It's you and your ilk that do that pain. It's odd that when somebody comes up with a good story, CEOs, board members, teams, they work for years on that story. They have a business plan. They get traction. Maybe they even go up to the NASDAQ market. But if they take a toxic financing, and every financing is toxic nowadays, from U.S. So-called these little financial groups, they're all toxic. They all have in the body of the financing the ability to create derivatives so you guys can use the leverage to destroy the stock price. And therefore, any good thing that happens, look at MMNT, look at MULM, look at WULM, anything that good that happens on a per share basis is washed away. So you guys can continue to mine your criminal profits. You own the attorneys, you own the regulators, you own the prime brokers, you own the market makers. You're guided by your compatriots that have big pools of money. And it's always a winning game for you. So you can come in with this trash because it always works. Because behind it is sell, 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 sell. Good news, sell. Bad news, sell. MOU, sell, sell, sell. Weeks to work it out. Sell, 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 sell. Because you want to bust the deal or break it up altogether. Either way, the price of the stock goes down, you have a profit. The other thing you want to do if the deal somehow survives your crimes, the company comes for money, they issue so many shares via Roth Capital, via Lind Partners, via Shadron Financial, Aubrey Advisors, Yorkville, Kramer's, that the per share benefit, they might as well go get a job at 7-Eleven. And then you come blame me? You're not blaming the right person, pal. And then I assume guys like the Toad, Andrew Left, and Moez Kassam are hiring you. That's who I think is probably short Railtown. And I would also guess, Ragazzo, you're counting on getting the stock down because you want to build up a short position. I mean, you're probably so brain dead. You're just one of the bird dogs for a bigger group. But maybe it is your group. I think you're hoping that you can sell some stock. Go to the people at Canaccord, because Canaccord has a reputation of helping you all out. I'm sure it's not everybody in the firm. And then if you can drive it down, and you have no conception of this merger, just like Tony Diero. None. This guy claims he does due diligence. None. Railtown is buying a network. He's buying a company, AI Partners, that has a network. It's not going to be that expensive to buy this company all by itself. And no, I would imagine zero cash. Zero. It's not going to be expensive. But where it gets trickier, once they combine, they become together they become the top company, and then they roll up the companies underneath. And I don't know how they do that. I'm excited to find out. It's apparently going to be on the same model, Ragazzo, of Constellation Software, where the guys at OMERS, the Ontario Municipal Employee Retirement System, guys that were CEO and president, founded AI Partners and other guys. It's not just that. And they were OMERS and John Ruffalo in some capacity. They were either the whole or the majority contributor of $25 million before Constellation Software went IPO. That stock, my friend, will ruin your life if you look at it. That stock went from $1 or something like that to $5,000 Canadian with nary a halt, a down or anything. $1 to 5,000 Canadian over a decade, a little over a decade. That's what they're going to imitate. And you know what? Constellation Software did it with 20 million shares outstanding. It still has 20 million shares outstanding. I figure they acquired a lot of these companies and did a revenue sharing deal in return for support. Or they set up a separate entity somehow that the acquiring companies come into for stock or ownership, and then the parent company owns a big part of that. I don't know. I can't wait and maybe some debt, maybe just out of revenue. I'm excited to see the mechanism that will be used to roll up the 165 companies. My guess is they'll only roll up the best of the best. But my further understanding is those 160 companies collectively, not at the AIP level, across those 160 some companies, they do 400 million in revenue, or it's projected at that level. I don't know, Ragazzo. I think your script probably works with a COSM or a ULNV, whatever that clear C company was. It probably works with a Vocal or a CRTD. But my friend, it's not going to work here. It's not going to work here. So I guess you're going down your checklist as your sphincter constricts and you have a hard time taking a piss without soiling your underwear. You're going to go down your checklist. Well, it bothers me a great deal that people have lost money and are in pain, but it's you guys doing it. Just because you have created a system, you've bribed, cajoled, pushed, pressured, kickbacks, and you've evolved a legal understanding that may or may not make some of it, at least in a court case, excusable. Doesn't mean you're morally right. And all of the money you've made, all of it, is stolen money, and it's morally wrong. And so I think before you start accusing others of ruining people's lives and not taking an accountability and not experiencing remorse, I think you are the one that needs to do soul searching. If your soul still is not too far gone. But I think I think you should handle your own soul and let me worry about mine. That's what I really think, Ricasso. There's more from this guy? Oh, God. And doesn't shy away from YouTube because he needs the daily channel money while living in his sister's basement. He has no job and just continues to be a slacker bum living off his sister or someone. Wow. Well, I guess you do listen in time to time. What's your job, Ragazzo? Where do you live? Who do you live off other than the money you steal from retail? I live in an apartment. You see it around me. I get zero money from YouTube. I tell you how much is in the kitty, but it's under $100. I get nothing. I don't monetize my videos, mainly because I don't want people to have to watch advertisements. But I don't monetize them. I guess the money goes to YouTube. I wouldn't mind if I get a better setup and a producer and a better computer for it. I wouldn't mind trying to monetize. But the likelihood is if I do that, I may be, you know, I may be running something that other people here are involved in. And I would probably throw that revenue toward expenses for the whole thing. But you're wrong. You're just wrong. I don't make anything on YouTube. The last 5 or 6 weeks, Ragazzo, I've been very adamant about the strategy of owning Railtown AI to the point that I think it's the only thing people should own with investable money in this space. And I've stayed on day after day after day, not because I'm making money. I've stayed on day after day to make sure people do not get scared out. They already lost money if they lost opportunity if they listen to Tony Diero. And I say shame on you too for trying to cause fear, uncertainty, and doubt. But you know what? It's not going to work this time. It's not going to work this time. And pretty soon, what I would do with your time right now, Ricasa, I'd be trying to move your fail to deliver, fail to locate shares and the tickets you marked long when they were short. I'd be moving those shares away from your best prime broker. And I try to get it to some other prime broker that's stupid enough to take the position because you're going to walk away from those trades. And I personally think if there's any ability of prime brokers and brokerage firms to track who you are, you'll never work in the business again, ever. But, you know, I think I've answered your questions, Ragazzo, so I'm going to move on. Now Michael's joining in. Yeah, Logic. Let's talk about Logic. I guess we got to do that. Logic was originally brought to me by a guy that I trust out of New York. You don't know his name, you don't know anything about him. When it was a company called Wayland, something like that. I bought some. That's years ago. I bought some. I want to say I paid $12 and maybe sold it at $8, something like that. And I didn't buy a tiny bit. I bought a nice chunk of it. And then I just ignored it because that didn't work. Then toward the end of that year, somehow it had changed its name. I don't remember that process. It changed its name to Logic. And of course, the selling went on and the tax loss selling occurred. So to my memory, I bought 20 or 24,000 shares of Logic in my account. And I qualified for whatever that number was, 20 or 24,000 shares, 21,000 shares of a company called Lavaro. They distributed Lavaro. Well, Lavaro became GoLogic. So I thought, well, that's a reasonable play. Now I have 2 pieces of paper. Logic then, about 6 months later, 9 months later, maybe 4 months later, I don't remember, it's so long ago, but in a few months to a year's time frame. Logic signed up with Aubrey Advisors out of Toronto, and Shadron Advisors. And Logic had an asset that they called Data Logic. So they split Logic into two pieces of paper. Again, Logic and Data Logic. And Data Logic was a computerized engine for basically doing the same thing for small presences on the internet that big company, I forget the names of those companies, do for Amazon and Walmart, and et cetera. And it's a pretty good story. So Data Logic came in and they did Aubrey came in and they paid for a third-party valuation of Data Logic. And that came in between $10 and $12 a share. So they funded the SPAC, which they called Aubrey Advisors something. They put Data Logic in it. And they funded it for about a year, a little over a year. The stock always traded $10, $11. Of course, we didn't have any shares, but that's where they maintained it, $10 to $11. And then Aubrey Advisors, who I think are criminal, by the way, Aubrey Advisors delayed, stalled. They didn't answer SEC questions in a timely manner. And so the time to unwind the de-SPAC got delayed and delayed and delayed. But worse, in order to keep Logic sitting out there as a shell clean, as it went through these months, more and more money was necessary to keep Logic current, also to pay the requirements to the SEC, and of course to pay the constellation of attorneys all over the place. Well, so what Aubrey Advisors did, along with Chandron Financial, they raised $5 million so they could keep this going. They used out of the $5 million, they paid $2.5 million to attorneys, and they paid the other $2.5 million to their financial buddies. They decided consciously not to raise, say, $6 million or $7 million, so they could give $1 million to DLQ and $1 million to Logic. They decided intentionally to starve Logic and Collective Audience of any money when they were de-SPAC'd. And by the way, Shadron brags they've done over 100 sponsorships of SPACs, over 100. So they knew what they were doing. Then it finally got to the point to de-SPAC. And sure enough, the stock went to something like $42. But somebody on the bad guys' side called into either FINRA or NASDAQ and said, hey, they don't qualify because they have too few shareholders. Well, that was true for about 6 trading hours. It was probably true for about 24 hours in total. As the company went through the process of the de-SPAC and converted into Data Logic, there was a bit of lag. There was a bit of a lag. So it was true very briefly. And for some reason, Shadron Advisors, who has sponsored over 100 of these SPACs, and then you look on Aubrey, the pompous asses, and their biggest client was Polar, huge client. None of those attorneys thought to call in to whoever it was, FINRA or NASDAQ, and say, hey, you know what? There's going to be a little glitch for about 6 to 8 trading hours, but this is where it is. Well, you don't need to stop trading. No, they didn't do that. Someone on the dark side called in and said they don't qualify, so they halted trading. That, I think, was Wednesday. It might have been Thursday. Friday, it started trading again. And the stock opened at 11, went to 10, went to 9. And by the way, all the people on the dark side, they were able to keep trading. They got the $40 and in between. They were able to keep trading, but retail was not allowed to sell. Data logic. And data logic, some people did sell. I give them great credit when it hit 3, when that finally was available to trade at $3 or $4 or $5. But it collapsed as I predicted, fought. But that wasn't me, Michael. I think that was a sting job. And I also think board members were complicit in it. I think attorneys were complicit in it. And I even think it's possible the new CEO knew what the hell was going on in Data Logic, which became Collective Audience. Well, as that whole drama happened, and it was stressful, it was all hands on deck. So the people at Logic, who were also the people at Data Logic for a while until it went, they put all their attention there. And so Logic expanded. Remember, you have two pieces of paper, Logic and Data Logic, which became Collective. Logic needed to raise more money. Now, the guy at the American Stock Exchange used to be, he had suggested to me very clearly that Logic's outstanding shares would be reduced from about 130 million down to 85 million. Well, in fact, it went the other way. And I don't remember the number now, but Logic's outstanding shares got expanded to something like 175 million because they had to raise some money to keep the shell attractive to companies coming into it. Well, then they did that, and then they still missed the next one. They had to raise more money, and they issued more shares. But then at that point, Logic put out a lot of press releases saying, we are going to roll into reverse merge into 8 companies for basically, I'm just going to fast it, $1 billion in value. Now, the mistake I think the CEO made is he met with one of these companies. It's a guy run, I don't know if the guy's Israeli, but the guy is out of Switzerland or somewhere around there. He started the company, MedLab Essentials or something. He started at the same time the Data Logic SPAC started. So I think it was a setup right from the start. But the CEO didn't see the ghost I would have seen. So anyway, the guy speaks Hebrew, English, of course, German, a couple other languages. And the Aubrey Advisors guy from Iran also lives in Switzerland. And now, oddly enough, the Aubrey Advisors guy ended up buying 85-90% of Collective Audience. I think it stings to high heaven. And now Collective Audience is being sold where the majority holder is a guy out of Greenwich, Connecticut named Greenberg. It all stinks to high heaven. All stinks. And they're going into a new company that still needs to raise money, and it's the same, they're going to be crammed down. So it all stinks. So Collective Audience goes to zero, and now Logic is because they went with one company, the shorting continued, the selling off continued. The idea if we get it down, if they need to raise money, it's going to dilute it all to hell. So the other 7 companies went we down the road. And so Logic now has no bid, Collective Audience has no bid. But it's funny here, just because that happened with Logic, and just because I'm talking about both companies, doesn't mean Railtown's in trouble. That's such a bad logic. That's just really bad logic, but whatever. It highlights, Michael, that what they're doing at Railtown is much more skilled, less naive, less stupid than what happened with the CEO of Logic. What Railtown is doing is they're making the acquisition of AI partners, but they're going to roll up, I don't know, before or immediately. It's in the press release that immediately afterward, they're going to begin an aggressive roll-up campaign. My guess, they've already worked on it because they don't want to come out combined, telling everyone they're going to have, I don't know, the top 20%, the top 30 companies doing this much revenue. And then you guys start selling it down, crushing it, and it's the same experience Brent's son couldn't foresee. In my defense, I talked to everyone I could. It was just people stopped returning my calls. I had no impact on it. So it was other people's decisions, Michael, but it was the ongoing criminality and pressure and lying and acquiescence by the regulators, by the attorneys, by Congress, ultimately by the prime brokers that allowed it to happen. And so, yes, I think Logic is smiley face, cry, hee hee hee. I think Logic's an absolute disaster. If it makes you feel any better, it's my single largest position, and it's completely wiped out. You can't even trade it. And that's why I like Railtown. Railtown, Brent's son, I think, is an honest person, hardworking, but I just don't think he got it. It's either up here or it's something, it's psychological or playing the victim, or just not recognizing that all of you guys on Wall Street are liars. You all work together. I think that Corey Brandolini and Dr. Tom Core have enormous experience in the markets, and they're not going to make those kind of mistakes, as is shown by taking the extra time, in my judgment, no one's told me this, to make sure they've locked up the best of the best of those underlying AIP partners. And I bet, Michael, for all your ridicule and self-satisfaction, you're going to find that Railtown AIP Partners comes out of the finalized merger agreement kicking ass. I bet you're going to see revenue on revenue on revenue on revenue on revenue on revenue. And you're going to, not you because you're so negative, but Railtown shareholders are going to do so much winning, they're going to get tired of winning. And I hope they're not listening to this insane connection that because I believed a guy out of the American Stock Exchange, and I originally believed a guy that I have high degree of confidence in. And by the way, I still have confidence in both of those people. And therefore, I met with the CEO. I bought the story. I never in my wildest imagination would think the CEO, after making shitty deals with 3 other so-called financial investment banks, so-called, would do it again. And yet one more time, but he did. How do you prevent against that, Michael? How do you prevent against that? But thank you for your ridicule. Bill Miko, this is just me talking. You don't have to comment. I've noticed the shorts play ham like a musical instrument. He suggests a stock, it moves slightly, and they just short it down. Just your opinion. Well, I've been away, Bill. I've been away. It was his decision, of course. And I don't know what drove it. I personally think what drove it was I wasn't on board with his projections on Finger, and I made some predictions on Finger, all of which came true, all of them. But I think it pissed him off. Like the delay in the dividend, if the dividend ever got done, the fact that Finger would have to raise money, just the simple fact that I thought Finger would go maybe from $1 to $3 or $4 or $5, maybe higher, but that would be it. That would be the trade. I don't think he'd like that. I told people I didn't think Finger would squeeze. I stand by that. I think it's under control. I don't remember. There were some other things. I even thought the Toad was involved in getting the stock price up so that the Toad could do a deal through Roth Capital and make money for the Anson funds, which ironically I think Finger should have done if they could have gotten 25 million shares off at $3 or 15 million shares off at $3. I think that would have been great. But when they didn't get that done, it makes me worry that the C2 contract isn't as big as it was. I forget, there were other things I predicted about Finger that were right, but I think it pissed Ham off. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't want to put words in his mouth. There's only 2 conclusions you can have, Bill, that Ham works with the shorts, or he works with a group of like-minded longs to fight the system. I think it's the latter. I think he fights the system, and I think he tries to make things happen. But to make stocks squeeze, the longs, so to speak, in my opinion, they have to break the law too. They have to collude. They have to pay off trading desks to turn on their algorithms to buy stock. They need to seduce people because the machines aren't going to fool each other. The machines won't fool each other. The only thing that will fool the machines is retail buying or institutional buying, but no institution plays down here. And so to get the machines turning on up, they need retail. And then these guys, as much as I guess Frank gets used too, because he's adamant that he doesn't do anything wrong, so you got to take him. But these guys come out and promote stocks, they're paid for it. And I wouldn't, I don't think there's anything wrong for companies paying to have people promote stocks. I mean, that's the model that investment banks used to do with these small stocks. But the investment banks have completely abandoned the market. So other people come in. I think there's nothing per se wrong with that. But it's how it's done. But the key part is you need, in order for the criminals to make money, they need the stock up. And for the algorithms to really juice stocks going up, bring in meme players, bring in people around the world chasing a squeeze, you need that initial buying that's unpredictable and doesn't really make sense to the computer. Where's that buying coming from? And if it's all over, that's the role. I don't know if he knows it, but a guy like Frank Benedetto, that's the role he plays. I'm not saying he knows he's doing it, but that's what, that on both sides. The shorts need it, so the stock goes up and they have something to slowly bleed all the way down, or it runs up and they can cross a deal so the overpaid wankers get a deal done and attorneys get fed, but they keep shorting it down. It's the over-the-counter market and NASDAQ are the biggest fraud in the world, and they're selling off against what used to be. What is now is a slaughterhouse. On the over-the-counter market, it's like the stockyards on the bad part of town. The NASDAQ, it's a modern downtown brick building with air conditioning. All the windows are closed. The walls are covered in steel and aluminum. There's high power water jets funneling all the offal and leftovers down sluices that take it directly underground and out to sea. And every item of the cow or the sheep or the pig are used and separated. And every little bit, that's NASDAQ. It's just a different kind of killing field. And I think what Ham and Frank and others, even Lou, they play a role, whether they know it or not. They play a role, which is to get that stock going up. Because you won't see this activity in a stock like DBMM or anyway, a lot of seller box, slow stocks, no activity. It doesn't happen. The whole goal is to create something that can be stolen by the shorts. And on the long side, the whole goal is to get it up so it kicks off the algorithms that are flashing, are sending high frequency trading in that fools the shorts. So the shorts computer starts buying, and then you engineer a squeeze. And it sometimes works. HKT, TOP, it has worked. But there's a flaw in the strategy because the SEC goes after longs. Look at that guy down in Kaiser Sose, down in Puerto Rico. I understand he made $400, $500, $600 million, maybe more than that, on the same side of the trade as all of these bad guys, all shorting, counterfeiting, breaking securities laws. I think he walked away maybe with $1 billion. He never got prosecuted for that. The only time he got prosecuted was for doing something sort of similar to what Martha Stewart did. When he went long, when he was a long, he got prosecuted. That's what the SEC does. They prosecute CEOs and longs so they can help the shorts. And the shorts are ultimately financed by Stevie Cohen, Ken Griffin, Goldman Sachs, and other big hedge funds, because it's the lifeblood of Wall Street now. And it's the lifeblood of performance. Of course, everything's my opinion, but I'm not making it up. I'm not making it up. So yeah, Ham might be being used. But he isn't the only one. there's some rich investors who believe, and not you, but others do, believe that just because a whale is buying, a stock is going to go up. Look, if we collectively get suckered into a stock like I don't know, GTII, it runs up, but then as long their only discipline is to keep selling, keep selling, keep selling. If collectively we have $500,000 and we run it up, the money runs out. And as long as they just keep selling, keep selling, keep selling, they make it roll over. AMC, GME, MMTLP. And then the trick for them, these guys, if it goes straight down, they're not going to make any more money. So they got to, like, for example, GME. They have some shills that come on. Hey, everybody, look, it's going to moon. Hey, get excited. So they take GME, they run it to 80 and it comes down. Run it to 60, comes down. Go 40 is down. 38 down. 35 down. And it's always a little bit lower. But as long as they keep people in there, they can keep stealing. They can keep layering their nest for their future. They don't care about you. And this guy Cohen, this guy Cohen has made his life very good forever. He's now got a company with $10 or $11 a share, and he never has to worry again. But he's helping the shorts get out of that GME and make money. And so, yeah, they all play a role, Bill. They all play a role, whether they know it or not. And I'm not saying they know it. I don't want to be in a fight with, I don't care. I just want to get out of this ditch we are collectively in. I never want to come back. I believed, Bill, for a while, I believed very much everything Ham was telling me, and I'm not going to take that away from him. But as I studied this hard, I walked the halls. I've been on the calls. I've been, on and on and on. I've learned more. I no longer believe that Wall Street cares about short squeezes. I just don't, or about failure to deliver at all. The whole setup is for this group of people out of New York. Remember, New York City used to be the headquarters of Wall Street, and the source of their revenue was the whole country. Well, these guys don't have jobs on desks anymore. There's no place to continue the gravy train. But their whole source, their place they get paid is by working together in New York and screwing the rest of the country, basically. That's the setup. I don't know, though, Bill, if Ham's being played, if he wants to be played, if he's just so committed to the fight of catching out the shorts that he can't see. I don't know. But there's no question, Bill, regardless of motive of anyone, that as these stocks go up, the shorts know they can sell and sell and sell and sell with absolutely zero risk they'll ever go to prison or jail. Zero risk it'll ever cost them any money. They just keep selling, keep selling, keep selling, keep selling. So as it goes up, they love it. They absolutely love it. And they have staying power. because they don't just do it with one stock, they do it everywhere. So I think the odds of any one of these trades working that people tell me about is very low. On the other hand, it's always possible, it's always possible, because you just, it's like unlocking a safe. You got to move the tumblers into place, move it back, get it, click, and then boom, hey, it worked. But there's so many things that can go wrong, so many human beings involved, and the shorts know how to fight back. So Bill, it's really very difficult. The odds are stacked, and I don't see how we can ever win against that system. Congress doesn't care. So you have a choice. You can fight it for the rest of your life and die at age 71 with a heart attack like Hulk Hogan, or you can try to get away from that and get where the wind is at your back and maybe enjoy the last years without all this. I think we've learned enough, Bill. I think we've really learned enough about what a shitty neighborhood it is to be in with these stocks. And it's time. I think Railtown's a real stock. I think Railtown is going to pull us out. But then it's time to just, and if we stay together, I will work this so that we see deal flow if I can. But we got to stay together. I'm not telling do what you need to do for your own life. But if we can stay together, we can start seeing professional deal flow. Not this. Let's slapdash this together, and it's going to scare. Wall Street's not scared. Wall Street's not scared of a short squeeze. They're just not. Anyway, let me move on. Neil Grondick. Railtown AI is legitimate. It will be the centerpiece of the Canadian ecosystem. That's a very powerful thing to say, Neil. Let me read it again. Railtown AI is legitimate and will be the centerpiece of the Canadian ecosystem. It's very powerful. Railtown AI is legitimate, and Railtown AI will be the centerpiece of the Canadian AI ecosystem. It's very powerful. Thank you, Neil. Bill Michael, a guy like Ragoza is trying to scare people. Won't work. Bravo, bravo, bravo. Bill Michael, the only thing I'm angry at William, the only thing I'm angry at William is for introducing me to him through his channel. Has cost me at least $100,000. My fault for listening to him. Well, I actually, Bill, that's something I was discussing with a close confidant as recently as this morning. And I think I naively maybe thought that people saw the differences, but I did, in the internet or whatever, I did stand by him. I did provide an audience for him. That's what I thought I was doing. I thought I was providing an audience to him. But then I think he found an audience elsewhere. He found a way he could do it. I don't know, with some guy named Yanni and another, and a great person, I think, Kristen Shaughnessy. And that's life. We move on. But he, I thought, Bill, that I could never do it while he was on. He's very effective at telling the story. It usually took about an hour. I think his efforts were sincere. I think he's trying to really call this out on Wall Street. I walked Congress with him. So he worked, I think Ham worked his butt off. And I don't think Finger would have half the success, even that much, without him. It'd be another MMAT or MULN. But I think, Bill, there were times that were very clear where I was saying something different. I think it pissed him off and people off. They wanted to all organize to buy 100 shares of Finger Motion or more at 9:30 in the morning one morning. And I just said, you can't do that, guys. You can't do that. And I made it clear that I was not recommending that because that's illegal. I think that maybe pissed off, but I'm not sure people separate. I see what you mean. I mean, I'm not sure people separated me enough from some of it. But I thought I learned a lot about trading, and so did you. I think if you listened by him, some ideas about how to trade. I think some of his ideas did work. CRTD went up, and there was plenty of time to get out. He didn't know when to sell that one either because he thought that deal was done. It was. Oh, how it was done. But he always told people to take money off the table. He helped people make money. You come in, you take some money off the table, roll out. It was very complicated, though. I think it was hard for a retail audience to learn it very quickly. But there were some things I think he was pretty clear about. But I think, Bill, you're going to make that back in Railtown. I do believe that. If I recall, you've got maybe 80,000 shares of Railtown. You lost 100. I think Railtown's going to 5 or 6 out of the gate. When it's out of the gate, I don't mean literally, although it could be literally. What I mean is we have a suppressed price. This is in my analogy, this is a pre-IPO price. If it IPOs, I'd say 5, 6, 7. According to me, those are my numbers. Am I smoking dope? Maybe, but even if it's half that number, that's a big move. Anyway, I think you're going to make your money back. I just hope for all of us that we can get that electricity out of our brain. Oh, what's the story? What's happening? It's not so much that these guys intend to harm. It's just the whole system of it. The only outcome of a young girl leaving home, showing up in LA, and having no money, and walking around the first day, no one notices. Third day, the shoes, the smell, the clothes get a little rumpled. The fourth or fifth day, up comes a gold Cadillac with the gangster lean, and the door opens up, and the guy's a gentleman. Hey, I see you're down on your luck. You need a place to stay? Oh, yes, please. Well, you can stay here in a room in my home, and he's a gentleman. Nothing ever happens, and she can stay and stay and stay. But eventually he says, I've got some friends I'd like you to meet, and I'd like you to entertain them. Well, I'm not so comfortable with that. Well, all right. Here's my card. You can stay the weekend, but I want you to be gone by Monday. And the girl goes back out and writes some songs, moves in with Tom Waits, gets hooked on heroin, becomes a star. And then things turn to shit. Tom Waits finds out about the heroin, and he just shuts her off like she made a pact with the devil, or she committed a mortal sin. And then she's back, and there's some trades made for drugs. Goes back to that guy. That's this world we're in. No, it's not. It doesn't work. And the worst thing is if you have a win, you're going to end up losing it all. The best thing is to quit cold turkey, Bill. Quit cold turkey. You might miss a win, but you'll miss all the losses. All right, it's 5702 for 1,000 shares. 5802, 36.5. We got a minute and a half. 57.5. They're trying to pretend to you that there's a lot to sell. 57.5, 13.5, 50s, 12.5, 56.5. They all end in fives. I would guess they're communicating, but they're just trying to convince you there's a lot for sale. There's jack shit for sale. They're in trouble. They're advertising how much trouble they have. So we got a minute to go. I agree, Bill. Ham gave us plays, and we could have more money if we sold at certain points. But his hype never happens the way he says. 5702 to 5769. Looks like they're going to try to get it down 2 pennies. 5702, less than a minute to go. By 5769, 282,000 shares. 57.3. The closing price yesterday was 59, so we're not going to be in the red. 5702 by 5769. They put the 02 on the end, so it looks like a small bid. Last trade 57.3. That's the closing price on Railtown. 282,000. The ask is suddenly 62 cents. The last few trades, 500, 1,000, 1,000, 100, 1,500. There's no trading. These guys are trapped. Finger closed at, wow. It's in the red in the aftermarket, but it closed at 145. I didn't see that during the day. That mountain stock is 1722. G-Bucks closed at 149. No, that's after hours. So it closed at 150, down 20 cents. And then, I don't know, what else is here that matters to you guys? We can look at GME. GME's down 43 cents at 20.53. It remains at least $13 overpriced. Let me see if there's anything else here. I don't know. Someone asked about ZJYL the other day. That closed down 3 cents, 4 cents at 66 cents. A lot of reasonably strong volume. Let's see where AMC is. I personally think Tony gets paid by AMC. I don't know. It's down 11 cents, 336. I agree, Bill Hammond gave us plays, and we could have made money if he sold at certain points, but his hype never happens the way he says. If he gave a play and once a little, sell and take a profit. Well, Brandon, there's a woman, I think she's on the West Coast, but the guy she talks to is on the West Coast now. And she always does that. And I give her great credit. She might live in New York. I don't know where she lives. But she used to talk to him all the time. And I think when he recommended something, she'd get in it, and then she'd pester him all day long to the point he couldn't stand it. But I think she always sold, So if a stock, if he recommended something at, I don't know, 60 cents, it went to $2, she would sell, even though the story is it's going to go to the moon. And you know what? I give her credit. It's hard to go against the crowd. The hardest thing is selling. It really is. So I think her account must be quite better off. But others, like me, believed the mechanics of the story I was told. I don't believe it anymore, Brandon. I think Bill Clinton changed the rules, but not all the rules. But he changed some of the rules. And I think everybody is in on it on Wall Street. So that was hard for me to learn. It took me at least 2 years to learn that, 2.5 years. I'm starting to throw papers away, but letters I wrote, emails I wrote, meetings, and but I don't feel like I have anything more to learn. People here may feel they do. I don't. I know it's a shithole market. I don't think any CEO should aspire to be on NASDAQ unless he or she doesn't need to raise any more money and they never did a toxic deal. But to go on the NASDAQ, I think NASDAQ is suicide for CEOs and shareholders. Suicide. There is no reason to go on NASDAQ. None. It's dangerous. I think companies going on NASDAQ, it's very dangerous. And it'll immediately stop the upward trajectory of value creation and success. I think companies should just skip NASDAQ altogether. I don't know if the New York is 100% better, but the New York, at least they have some semblance of the specialist system. They have some semblance of a physical presence. And in general, if you're a big enough company, you're successful enough, if you're on the New York, I mean, it's not a technology exchange so much, but you know what? The only reason NASDAQ is for technology, Microsoft, Apple, and one other one. All the small technologies slaughtered. I think it's a strategic error, not just an innocent error. I think it's a catastrophe to go on the NASDAQ. You gain nothing. The New York's better. Or stay up on the Canadian. Just stay on the Canadian. But anyway, let's keep going. I got to finish all this. It's a long way to Tipperary. Brandon, I'm glad William is just on RLAIF. It's a relief to be on RLAIF and leading us to the water. He can't make some people drink. No, I know. We'll see what happens. Ryan Sartell, I respect that William reads the negative comments and responds to them. I think it means I'm a loony. I think I need my head examined, or I need to get a new head, or you shouldn't call me a head. Railtown, it doesn't trade afterwards. 282,000. So if I had to predict with Railtown, and my predictions have been so accurate, we're not going to hear anything about the completion of the merger tomorrow. That's Friday. I don't think we'll hear anything. I think it's a pretty easy call to say that. So then it's, would it happen Monday? I would guess it depends if the attorney or the regulator, if that's what's holding it up. I don't even know that's what's holding it up. If the attorney's a woman with a family, she's probably at the beach, and so she's not going to get back on Monday. If it's a man married to a woman with a family, he's probably not getting back to Monday either. If the attorney's a single man or a divorced man, very likely he could be getting into work early Monday morning. And maybe you'll see something happen Monday. But if I had to bet on it, I don't think we're going to hear anything about the final situ with Railtown, at least until Tuesday. I could be. I've always been wrong on my calls in terms of timing this last 5 or 6 weeks, so I could be wrong. But you might, for those of you who are still trying to accumulate, for those of you who are still trying to make your first purchase, you might have tomorrow and Monday. hell, you could have all week. You could have the rest of the month, and if everyone goes on vacation in Canada, you might have all of August. But I really think, based on that article, also based on, and I'll read that article again before I sign off. I don't have any food, I don't think. I'm feeling a little peckish, but I'll read that article one more time. But also what Rebecca Kurzweil put out, I don't know. Reading the tea leaves, we've got to be very close. But it's painful. It's painful, on the one hand, having to wait and fight these dastardly, devilish dilettantes. Are they dilettantes? On the other hand, it's given us a chance to build up 9 million shares. 9 million shares. We got the power. We got the power. Sada Aman. Have you ever, hi Sada. It's good to see you here if you're still here. Peace. Have you ever contacted the company like Rebecca? If not, why not call her? Well, actually, you're pretty, maybe you just understand me or something. I did call yesterday. I didn't call the company, but I called someone to ask, and called two people actually. And let's just summarize my conversations and then sleeping on it. I would rather wait, God willing, or by his kind grace. I'd rather wait and speak with or interview Corey Brandolini. I'd rather talk to the top. That's what I'd rather do. So that's my goal. My goal is, as soon as the company is free to start its telling its story far and wide, I'd like to be one of the guys on his list that he can speak with. I'd like to be that. I'd like to provide that venue. I'm not sure that I trust this computer setup I have now. I might need to do something or get a producer, or maybe it'll work. I don't know. I just, maybe he'll have somebody in his office that can make sure it works. I want it to be good. I don't want any mistakes. But that's what I look forward to, Sada. I've never spoken to Corey Brandolini. It's funny. This guy, who I think came in and actively tried to ruin investors' experience in Railtown, and actively tried to keep people from making money, Tony Diero. For some reason, he says he talked to the company. I just read it here. I don't speak to the guy. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Bill Miko. Should have been more clear. Angry at myself, not William. I'm a big boy and can afford the losses. No one likes to lose money, Bill. No one likes to lose money. You know what else, Bill? A friend of mine told me, I don't know, a few years ago. He's a very, he's quiet most of the time, but he's one of those guys, if you listen to him, and not everybody does, he's got really keen sense of observation. And he said something along these lines to me. He said, with men, I don't know why he focused on men, but he said with men, men can deal with almost anything. They can handle almost anything. like in this case, losing money. They lost a girlfriend, or some terrible mishap. They can deal with almost anything except being made to look bad, except for being fooled, except for being taken advantage of, except for, I don't remember his exact words, but being, it's not ridicule. It's like being made a fool of, I guess. I don't remember his exact words, but I always remembered the thought. I went, wow, that's right. When you're shamed, when a man feels shamed, that's when he's angry, I think. I think most men most can rationalize some of the abuse. I mean, a lot of men, including myself, if someone hit me or someone made a mistake, if sincerely they asked, you know, sorry about that, I'd let it go. Particularly if it didn't happen in front of other people, or if it didn't happen in front of the girl you love, or if you're losing money, if you didn't lose money because the recommendation was so stupid. It's a tough game, Bill. It's a tough game. Rest in peace, Hulk Hogan. Low volume this afternoon. That being said, it wasn't long ago the total volume was 100. Yeah, that's true. Low volume in this case, Go Hawks, is a sign to me. It's like the tide pulling out, the wave pulling out, keeps pulling out, keeps pulling out, keeps pulling out, goes way, way, way back, and then it starts moving back in and it grows taller and taller and taller. I think in this case, low volume is an indication, and the pullback is an indication that the next move is going to be dramatically higher. But just remember, the criminals, and I think they are criminal, are in there trying to shake your tree, trying to eat your peaches. They want to shake your tree. They call you Maurice because you're good at the pompadour of love, or something like that. If Ham's plays were so good, he'd be loaded in them himself. I think he owned some of them. I don't know. I haven't listened to him in a while, but he owned, I don't know what, 30,000, 33,000 shares of G-Bucks. And I'm not sure he owned GTII. I think he's still on. But I don't know. I mean, you have to ask him. I really don't know. I'm just speculating. If you had a golden ticket, wouldn't you be unloaded on? Brandon, you're asking a question right there that's right up my way of thinking. I do not understand. I'm trying to show you, everybody here, that this is the stock. This is the case. There is no other case. I know these guys want to come in and they want to make the complete nonsense comparison. Well, William talked about logic. Therefore, if he talks about Railtown's no good. Where does that? That just doesn't make any sense. It's like if you're marrying the love of your life, and you're marrying up, and everyone thinks you're very fortunate, And one guy comes to the wedding and says, well, Brandon, he used to date whomever, the high school tomboy that ultimately decided she was gay. He used to go out with her, so he shouldn't be going out marrying this guy. It just doesn't make any sense. It's just silliness. It's all silly. It's all silly. I think, and I do not understand, if I had investable money in my account or shares in my account in some of these other speculative plays, and to be fair, Railtown still is in the category of a speculative play. But if I were in those, I would concentrate my entire position in Railtown. All of it. And you know what? That's what I did in my IRA. Everything. Well, I have some things you can't sell, but I put everything in it. Why? Well, are you supposed to diversify? You should listen to Warren Buffett on diversification, or Charlie Munger. All diversification does is keep you average. All it does is mean that you're always going to be broke, if that's your status. All it does is you're going to have the same account you always had relative to anyone else. If you want to excel, you need to know something cold, believe in it, and commit to it. And then when that works, and you don't have to, even though I'm saying I would love you to hang in there, I mean, this is possibly a one decision stock. This is possibly, and Tony made fun of me for that. But that's what I think. You might get into this stock and you might find your experience in it, and then the news as it comes out is so good that you want to keep it. And Tony made fun of me for that. And for that, I think he can go kiss his own ass. He never did any due diligence. It's an insult. It's an insult. And it costs you guys money, which pains me. But to go to your point, I don't want to use that language that Railtown is a golden ticket. I don't want to use that language. I think Railtown is the stock right now in this time and place that is set up right in front of you for 10x. It could be 12x, it could be 15x, it could be 5x. But I have to pick a number, I have to pick a target. I'm saying that as soon as they lift the restriction so everybody can buy, as soon as news flow starts coming, this stock is going up 10x. And I'm further saying that becomes the starting point, not the ending point. That becomes the starting point. Everybody, you got to have your theory for why you're doing something, and that's mine. RLAIF is the golden ticket. It's a solid investment you can buy at the bottom. Well, I don't like that one. I don't mind you using it, but I don't want to use that word. But it is solid, and you are buying Railtown uniquely. You're able to buy Railtown at the, whatever you want to call it, the venture capital price, the pre-IPO price. You're able to get into Railtown. This is in my judgment, and it's my strategy, my opinion. But you're able to buy the stock at prices which, if this were a private company being funded by Wall Street, are pre-IPO prices. And when it IPOs, and by that I mean when it finally closes this deal, it's an analogy. In the case of private company IPOing, you just start at a higher price. That's it, that day. That's priced at that. And then it starts trading. Here, we don't have that. We're not going to, it's not like it's going to be priced at $5 or $6 and start trading there. But what it does have, I think, is there's no liquidity. There's no stock trading. Very little stock trading. I would imagine, we'll see Tom Ronk's numbers. The last numbers here, if they're still up here, I took them down. Oh, here they are. The last few weeks. Yeah, that's right. So let's just look at that. On 7/9, 71% of the trades were short. In other words, the shares didn't exist. On 7/8, 70%. On 7/7, 85%. On 73, 92%. On 7/2, 75%. On 7/1, 64%. On 6/30, 79%. On 6/27, 78%. On 6/26, 80%. On 6/25, 72%. On 6/24, 50%. On 6/23, 46%. On 6/20, 53%. And then on 6/18, 71%. That's all the fake crap. Guys, this isn't real volume. So to go to my analogy, what I think is very similar to an IPO. You're getting in at the pre-IPO price. You're coming in at the mezzanine round, the venture capital round, the last round before it goes public. And in continuing my analogy, I think this stock IPOs at least at $5, $6, $7. Because of all the things, Tony Diero, like the functional idiot he is in the investment world, he's asking you to take the snapshot of the end of last year and make your decisions now. I mean, he would never make it on Wall Street. He may be good at, reviewing the latest Sandra Bullock rom-com, but he's never going to make it on Wall Street. But yeah, I think you're buying. I don't know that you can say that you're buying at the bottom, but I think, having said that, I don't think the stock's going lower. And this is the last chance to buy under $1 or under $1.20. Of course, that's a projection, not a promise. And any pullback will be short. Brandon, the key to remember about Railtown, they don't need us. They don't need us to juice the machines. They don't need us to run it up so they can get out of their consulting stock. None of them are trying to get out of their stock. None of them. They all have their money. Enough money. No, they're trying to change their financial world, their next 2 or 3 generations. This is not a stock where retail has to run it up so a bunch of people that were given stock or insiders can get out, like that CEO at recruiter.com that worked with Nixie. As soon as the stock's up, he sold everything. Probably walked with $2 or $3 million. Most money he's ever had in his account ever. That's not going to happen here. It's not going to happen here. And even if one person sold, this stock is going up because of, to be blunt, it's going to go up because of institutional buying. It may have to be a lot of ragtag buyers until then. I don't know when the big institutions come in Canada. Is it $2, $3, $4, $5, $6, $7? I don't know. But when it comes, that's the last time you're going to see this stock even susceptible to the manipulation of these other people. NYSE is the largest casino in the world. I don't know. I don't know about that. That's certainly what Warren Buffett has. I don't know if he said NYSE. I don't know about that. I'd have to look into it. The advantage of the New York Stock Exchange, it's not all. They're used to you. I don't know how it works. Are the computers the default? Do the computers do most of the trades? But the New York Stock Exchange has human beings as well. The over-the-counter is just all, and NASDAQ, it's all computerized. So I take that as a benefit that at least to some extent, we used to call them specialists. I don't know if that's still called specialists, but that at least there's some human beings there. The other thing about the New York Stock Exchange, if you're on it, I think it implies that you have institutional shareholders, and institutions have analysts, they have trading desks, they have money. So if stock comes down into a buying range, they buy, and they're not afraid of buying when a stock is down, unlike the rest of us. So I think New York Stock Exchange actually has a defense against the criminal counterfeiting and creating shares. But you're right. I don't know. Brandon, I don't want you day trading. If you're day trading, everything's a casino on Wall Street. People are idiots to day trade. They do it on the chart. You know, I have friends. I have a friend whose son worked essentially as an apprentice for 3, 4, 5 years doing that. Now he makes a lot of money. But it's hard work to learn how to day trade, and the disciplines that you have to have, and the willingness to take a loss and hurt and move on, or the willingness to take a profit and miss out on the rest of it. But every day, every week, every month, just constantly adding to the pile and learning systems, learning your own emotional systems, refusing to take huge losses, never blowing up. It takes years. And you think you're going to be able to get on a conference call and listen to somebody buy the stock at the right price and sell it at the right price? That's a tough order. And that's a lot to ask of somebody too. I mean, I think Ham always told you, you know, as it goes up, where do I put my orders? Well, you got to put some up on all levels. The problem is most of us are like me, and I actually wasn't being that greedy in both Finger and GTII. I didn't have, I had high orders in, but I also had some. But it never really got out of the, it never really broke out to new highs. And I think that's because the criminals have a lot of weapons. In this case, both those cases, back when I thought they were squeezing, the criminals got a CEO to work with them, COSM, and they got a couple of guys to come pitch the tale with really either completely amateur hour advice, or they were part of it. But it doesn't matter. You don't have to blame them. the criminals would have done something else. They never quit. They never quit. Bill Miko, I think you hit the nail on it. Ham has been blind trying to beat the shorts. You really should just move on to something else. Maybe. I think Ham has a bit, it's a tough thing. He knows how to make money trading, but that's hard to get across. I noticed something when I left Wall Street, and I'm still in the milieu of wealth and doing trades and all that. But when you leave the Wall Street firm, you don't have that, that, I don't know what you call it, that power line, that main line of electricity, of information and interaction and deal flow. You don't have it anymore. So, when you're on Wall Street, you can just tune into that and you can come out with something to do. When you're out on your own, you don't have that. You can work at it and you can make a lot of things work out, but you don't have that anymore. You don't have the this stock, it's going to move, the research, the trading desk. You don't have that anymore. So that's the second thing. I think it's hard to accept. No matter how good you are, you're no longer just plugged in to the main current of Wall Street. And the third thing is there's a Don Quixote aspect to his campaign, which I think I got caught up into myself, where you're trying to just show people that the system is rigged and the system is cheating people and people are hurting. And you fight. But the problem is no one cares. No one cares. It's like the Palestinians. No one cares. No one in the United States cares about the Palestinians. We went to war against Germany, and we were horrified by what we saw, and we came back saying, never again, never again. In fact, I think Israel has as part of its founding myth, never again, never again. But it's happening just to show that the devil and evil can prevail, even though we think we stand for it never happening again. But the story changes a bit. Oh, they've had grudges for years. Oh, the Palestinians are difficult. Oh, Israel has a right to defend herself. Oh, they grow up to be terrorists. Hamas, Hamas, Hamas. And it means we don't see the children, the babies, the children being starved to death and shot like Amon Goth did from his breakfast perch to randomly. I mean, the evil, the modality of that evil. But it's happening. So much for a pledge that never happen again. We don't care. So I find a lot of similarities with that and this short selling, as we've come to call it. No one cares. So you have a decision. Do you continue to bang your head on the wall? For good reasons, because you are trying to do the right thing. Or do you say, you know what, I got to try a different path? In my case, I've told you, I think we're running out of time. This market, according to me, the S&P is going to go to 8,500, the Dow to 65,000, NASDAQ to 30,000, Russell to 4,000, gold to 5,000, and silver to 120. And it could happen by September, or it could happen by December, or it could happen by March. But afterward, I think the stock market comes down 95%. I'm not saying it's going to stay down there, but I think it's going to be bloody scary. What would be 5% of 65,000? Let me see. The Dow goes down to 3,000, 3,500. Be scary. But it'll recover. They'll do everything to save the banks. They don't do anything to save you. They do everything to save the banks, which is probably why I should have stayed inside of the banking system. These assholes criticizing, I'd never have to deal with them. But anyway, there's a chaotic aspect to the campaign, and I'm not sure it ever gets there. Wall Street, Wolfie, I'm down 6 figures. 6 figures is up to $1 million, right? I'm down a lot too. By your measure, that's me too. I'm down a shitload, and I couldn't afford to lose what I had. But what happens when you start thinking, well, I'm going to make up for another loss in my life, or if I play this right, I can get back on my feet. You start believing because you want to believe. And I think some of you, frankly, are being a little hard on him because you're not the same person now that you were 2 or 3 years ago. When GME was running, when AMC was running, the blood running through your veins was different than it is now. It's just how it was. Your vision was skewed by upside. In the old Wall Street vernacular, you were motivated by greed. I'm not saying you're greedy. I'm not saying that, but that's the Wall Street saying. And you just saw the upside. I went through it too. I thought, because I lived it, but I didn't know the rules changed under Bill Clinton. I also didn't know there was so much apathy on Wall Street. They don't care to fix this problem. They really don't. The Wall Street broke into 2 parts. The part of the brokerage firm that needs to generate revenue, the assets under management are in the hedge funds. So they're beholden to that deal flow. They just need that deal flow. They need, sorry, not deal flow. I mean, that's one way to call it, but that order flow. So they don't want to change it. They think it's a victimless crime. I don't think it's victimless. But I also think the most effective thing we as a group could do, and I know you're much smaller audience than perhaps you could be, but if this becomes valuable, if you get back on your feet again, and at least some of you still take my call, so to speak, we can really show power and maybe set up an exchange that does not allow rehypothecation, does not allow short sales without an uptick rule, does not allow doing a financing without disclosing who did it, does not allow pre-selling of stock to cover, but there's so many ways to get around anything. But in essence, is transparent, follows the meaning of the law, and fires anyone that tries to get away with following the letter of the law. Just fire them. We could do that. Or we could start a fund, or we could buy a brokerage firm when the crash comes. There's a lot of things we can do to give purpose to our life and make things happen, and do it in a fair way. It's almost hard to believe, but it comes down to us. No one else is going to do it. No one else is going to put integrity, responsibility, and vision and moral actions. No one else is going to do it. We have to do it. We have to do it. And in a lot of ways, if you're my age or near, it's our turn. Everybody else is dying. Ozzy Osbourne, Hulk Hogan, and who's next? It comes in threes. If the market was regulated properly, Ham's place would all squeeze, but you can't bear the corruption. Yeah, but there's an expression that one of my clients, when I was on Wall Street, would say to me, why am I so lucky to have the opportunity to buy this stock? Saying we all have to have that, we all have to have that filter. Why, if it's so great, why are you bringing it to me? And that, it's a test that can be passed. It's not a stumbling block to doing a trade, but it's an interesting point. For me, Brandon, one of his trades might work. I'm not saying they won't, but I just don't want that emotional stress. I don't want to disappoint friends of mine. I don't want to hurt anybody anymore by even being associated with it. Because if one works, you offset against 20 that didn't. And if one works, those same people are going to come after your money. It's going to be hot money. They're going to have another one and another one and another one. That's how they make their living. They represent companies. They try to prop up the price so the shorts can arrange these financings through so-called, like the Jeff Lynns of the world, and they short it. It's the whole same thing. Doesn't it get boring? Is there anything else to learn? There's nothing worse than being bored because you already learned all the lessons. I just think it's time to move on. AMC's up 2 cents. GMC is green, but it's not up very much. G-Bucks is 150 in the after hour. Fingers up a penny in the after hour, 146. All right, Jack Hamilton. Jack Hamilton coming in at the end of the day with the commitment. So let's see. He added 866. That's awesome. So now 61,189. I think, Jack, I don't know how much you're down, but I think that's enough. You're going to make that back, and then you're going to get a reward for all the time and commitment, and you're going to look back on this, and it will seem funny. I don't think it'll ever be funny. I said jack shit for sale. Oops. Got a lot. I'll be rich. I don't remember what I said. I think all short squeezes. And now Pete the Greek says what I think. This is what I think. I don't know about all of them, but I do think that the ones that can work. If people get mad at me, it's not anti-Semitic to point out that some of the shorts, just a handful of people, I'm not saying the whole race, I'm not saying the whole religion, a handful of people are all Jewish. My opinion, they're not going to rat on each other unless they have to, if they don't want to go to jail. But in the course of doing things and they see something they don't like, they're not going to say something. But what happens with the longs, it's all a ragtag. Some are Chinese. I mean, some of these are Asian. It's the same theory. If there's a squeeze organized out of Hong Kong, it's Asian. And they're not going to call up the U.S. authorities. So it's the same concept. I'm not picking on all Asians. I'm just saying they have an identity as a group that prevents them from ratting on each other in the broader sense. Now, they may not trust each other. They may turn on each other, all of that. But when you get a bunch of us together, some might be Jewish, some might be non-believers, some might be white, some might be whatever. We're probably not going to rat on each other, but we don't know. But we might not stick together. We might break apart. It's just everything has to line up to do a squeeze. And I think the only way it happens now, I've told you for a while, three things. One, out of the blue, something big happens to the company that did not require the issuance of stock or debt. In oil and gas, that's like Poland finding oil in the Baltic. The other thing that has to happen is the price starts running, and that causes not a panic, but just policy goes into place and the shorts have to cover because the prime print's broken, buying them in. That can happen as it goes up. And that can happen because it's a meme stock. That can happen because everybody in the world loves it. It can happen because you and I start buying and all of a sudden there's an institution that starts. You never know. So it needs a surprise, a value surprise, and the price running that causes the prime brokers to buy in. And usually in that case, the shorts have to have sort of, I don't know the time frame, but I think beyond 6 months, you're starting to get it. But maybe anything, the shorts establish their position over a 6 month period. Maybe that's the time frame. But as you start stretching beyond that, they've had a chance to move their shares and protect themselves. The other thing is, if a group of longs get together and pay a trading desk somewhere offshore to turn their computers on with some sort of algorithmic formula, bing, 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 bing. So the selling computers go bing, 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 bing. The seller's trying to get it down, the buyer's trying to get it up. But if they're just communicating with each other, they go, oh, I know you. Sounds like a fax machine or whatever. And those patterns, a computer's patterns to the other computer's pattern, it's not going to trigger buying or covering. But if they can get retail in, if they can get unpredictable buying from all over the place and new buying come in, that makes the sell side computer nervous. It makes a lot of shills come out. But it also might get that buy side computer that's paid for to really start running, and then they start trading their money until it's gone. It's probably millions of dollars, but it disappears. But it gets the stock to run, and then it gets the buy-in. But you know what? It's very close. It's very close to illegal because it's collusion. It's probably manipulation, spoofing and all that. And it's inside information. It's not fully disclosed. So it's a real risk on the long side. I wouldn't want to be in this space anymore. I think if you make money on the long side, you risk the potential, like like Kaiser Solce down in Puerto Rico, not only losing your money in the trade, but they might fine you more money. They might take all your tradable assets and you end up in the hoosegow. I don't think it's worth it. The SEC is only designed to go after longs, CEOs. The SEC only goes after us. They do not go after Tony Diero. They don't go after all these other ones that came up, because those guys are doing the work of the dark side. And the dark side is protected by the SEC. Tommy Waits was still doing okay until she bought G-Bucks to try to corner. Very good. Very good. Martha, Martha. Sing about it all. Oh, the days of rose and butter. Na, 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 na. Na, na. I can't get any of the words. I think this is the song though. Da, da, da.
That he is falling
I
over
don't want
himself.
that. I want that. Da, 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 da. I never saw till I stayed up all night.
Never saw the sunshine till you turned
Went out the love. All right, let's start it over. Let's start it over. Start it over. Till I stayed up all night. I never saw the sunshine till you turned out the light. I never saw my hometown until I stayed away too long. I never heard the melody until I needed the song. Never saw the white line till I was leaving you. Never knew I needed you until I was caught up in a bind. Never spoke I love you till I cursed you in vain. I never felt my heartstrings. Never felt my heartstrings till I nearly went insane. Never saw the East Coast until I moved west. Never saw the moonlight until it shone right from your breast. Never saw your heart. I never saw your tears until they rolled down your face. Da, 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 da. Never saw the morning, stayed up all night. Never saw the sunshine, went out the light. long.
Never heard a melody till I
Needed a song. All right, let's turn that off. Tom waits. That's because really, Bill, I do care. Really, Bill. All right, it's 5:58, 2 minutes to 5. I'll sign off in 1 minute. If you have a question, ask it. Otherwise, I'm going to wish everyone peace. I'm going to wish peace around the world, particularly to the children who were trapped in hunger and war, and they're scared. They're scared what's happening to them. They've lost their parents. They don't have air conditioning. They don't have medicine, and the world is frightening. I pray for all those children, anywhere in the world. I pray for peace around the world, and I pray for peace in your lives. Do you know who was a hell of a singer? Tom Jones. Oh my gosh. Tom Jones' singing voice is unbelievable. Unbelievable singing voice. And he stayed married to the same woman. And he did a great job of you ain't gotta be rich to. He's 85 years old. He's 85 years old. A Great Green Grass of Home is great. I hate Sex Bomb. I hate that one. She's a Lady is great. It's not unusual. And Delilah. Oh my gosh. Delilah. Why? Delilah. Cry, cry, cry. And his I'll Never Fall in Love Again is great. So many songs. He's great. You're right. All right. Peace, everyone. I'm signing out. We'll talk tomorrow.